There she is.
We always talk about it, the power of one giant bass. Chad Morgan-Taylor, yesterday, semifinal day, struggling like he had never struggled in this tournament before, and then with one swing, 6 pounds, 7 ounces, changes his whole day, puts him right back in the picture, and they are all over this lake.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
What a wild tournament it has been. This was a scene just a few minutes ago at the Saline River Authority right here on majestic, legendary Lake Fork. The Big Bass Factory, Tommy Sanders, Mark Zona, with you here this Sunday for Bassmaster Live. We look at that leaderboard. We look especially at those top 6 or 7 places within 10 pounds of the lead. And Z, you got to be thinking one thing, a 30-pound bag, whether you fear it, whether you know you've got to have it, and probably both.
And we pretty much have a few anglers already at the top of the leaderboard. Lee Livesey and Chris Zaldain, who were very vocal after our day 3 weigh-in and said, it is all on the line championship Sunday, going for a giant stringer, which is exactly what they did yesterday. Taking a look at our playing field here, just east of Dallas, Texas. Minn Kota unlocked the lake, and here's the best way to put it about Lake Fork. Not one of the best lakes in the state of Texas, one of the best lakes in our country. About 27,000 acres of prime big bass habitat. And trust me, what we have seen, this Minn Kota unlock the lake, this first hour of competition every day of this tournament, so critical for the Giants.
We are down to just 10 anglers on this final day, 10 with a shot at the lead, with a shot at bringing home that blue trophy that signifies a championship on the Bassmaster Elite Series. They'll have room to operate. That was a scene earlier today, again, at takeoff. A lot of guys, a lot of nerves out there, yet surprisingly stable at the top of the leaderboard over the last couple of days, Mark Zona. That's subject to change today.
Yeah, and really, this tournament was thought to be a very, very shallow water beatdown. There was a lot of fish that were locked on beds early in the week. A little bit of a cold front knocked that back. But then you got to see guys rise up the leaderboard they're fishing offshore, but still very shallow, concentrating on the shad spawn, and early, again, early is so critical.
Well, of course, we've got guys that are going to be putting it all on the line today. One of those guys, Chris Zaldain.
We had a full moon last night. A lot's changing. There's a largemouth spawn going. There's a shad spawn going. There's a bluegill spawn going. With the delayed winter we had this year in this part of Texas, everything's kind of confused. And basically what I'm looking for is just little startup windy spots. When the wind starts blowing on a certain area or a certain point, that to me, I recognize that as a feeding opportunity for big bass. So we're gonna bounce around. The wind's not blowing that much this morning, but we're gonna go after some giants anyway. Here we go.
Chris Zaldain with the biggest limit yesterday, getting within a few ounces of that 30-pound bag. And we're going to be with him all day long. We'll be in the boat with each of our 10 anglers for a full coverage coming at you today. So right now we will take you out to Chris Zaldain, who has been doing pretty much the same routine all day long, every day.
We're hog hunting all day, guys.
Big baits, and really watch that retrieve with his swim bait.
Definitely picks up late. Sunshine and wind is huge. Oh yeah. Let's just do that right now. Let's just do that right now. Woo! Ah, that's one. Woo! I think we just made up that deficit right now. Yes, good morning from Lake Fork. Woo! I love that big bait bite, man. Boom! Smokes it. Woo! Yes, Michi. Yes! We just made it up, boys. Let's let her go. Oh, that ugly post-spawn fish never looked so pretty. Mwah. Oh, sweetie.
We're We're going catch, weigh,
Let's
and
just
release
start it
here
off
as we have all
like
three
that,
previous
Dave.
days of this tournament. Those are the rules here on Lake Fork, magnificent Lake Fork. One of the reasons it's so great.
Oh, he is absolutely wired out of his board. Look at the size of the bait that he's throwing, concentrating on the gizzard shad spawn that really happens overnight. And that's why the low light hours on Lake Fork so critical the first 2 hours of fishing. If you watch Chris Zaldain's day, a lot of big ones early and really in the last 60 minutes of competition yesterday.
Chris Zaldain wasn't just excitedly talking there about making up the difference. He actually did make up his deficit to the leader to start this day, plus
wind.
a couple of ounces.
We don't. It only gets better throughout the day, dude. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's an awesome morning out here in East Texas, Lake Fork. We're on a full moon. A lot's happening on these waters here. Largemouth spawn, shad spawn. Start the morning off with a 5+ pounder, man. That's how you make up ground quickly. So that puts us right there. Yesterday I had a 15-pound deficit to first place. I reduced that to 5-pound deficit. Bam, and with that one, we're right there. Oh my gosh. So I'm gonna do this a little bit and then we're gonna go throw a wacky rig. No, we're not gonna do that. We're doing this all day. Oh my gosh. That's the best bite right there. Whether it's that 8-inch mag draft or this giant 9-inch glider. There's that little bone.
All right, the first Texan on the board, adopted Texan Chris Zaldain, native Texan now Lee Livesey. You've said it since the start, Mark Zona, he's a dangerous guy all week long.
Very dangerous, more knowledge on Lake Fork than any other angler in the field. Guides here for a living in the off season when he's not in the Bassmaster Tournament trail. And that little island right there, big damage yesterday done by Lee Livesey all day long.
That didn't take long. I think that was first cast. Let's go. It was. Don't.
3 pounds, 13 ounces.
313 to start the day, baby. Number one. Big swimmer.
All right, we go now to Takumi Ito. Had a great day, number 2 out there today, over 33 pounds. He's about 10 pounds back today, but you got to think, not out of it by any stretch.
And if you look at that flooded timber right there, fishing in the glade area of Lake Fork, 8 to 10 feet of water, said there was a giant school bass here the second day of practice.
Oh, bass, good one. Yeah, good one. Yeah, good one. Oh, one hook, one hook, one hook, one hook. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Yeah. Oh. Come here. Okay. I got it. All right. That's one hook. Whew. Yes, nice.
Again, your best 5 fish, the top 5 weights that you weigh in at your boat. Catch, weigh, and release constitute your limit for today. The best 4-day total aggregate of all your limits will be the winner.
Okay. Scale 0. It's okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
At almost a 7-pound average, day 2 of this tournament.
1 ounce.
Yeah, thank you. 4-1. Number 1, 4-1. Got it. Please pong. 4-1. Yeah, thank you.
Back around the corner right now. to Lee Livesey fishing in Little Caney.
That one was right where I missed that one yesterday on the big bait.
Lee Livesey actually yesterday very upset. He did not catch one over 7 pounds. Said he's really sick of these 5-pounders on Lake Fork.
I have no idea how I need to set up on it because they're going to come up. 3 cast over there. There's another one. Oh, yeah. Come on, baby. Stay on. Stay on. Another decent one. Nice, small. Yes, sir. Number 2. Another 3. That's 2 to start the day. Big swimmer. They chewing it today. It's going to be about the same size.
3 pounds, 10 ounces.
310. Little fatty. 310 eating shad. All right. Need some whales, baby. Take your time.
2 early keepers, almost identical sizes for Livesey. Back to Ito with a quick start as well today.
It's amazing how good they bite here in the morning this time of year. And all 3 anglers that we've looked at, Zaldain, Livesey, and Ito, fishing in areas where a lot of fish have spawned, post-spawn, and a lot of pre-spawners coming through these areas.
Good. No, 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 no. Oh, 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 oh. Woo. Number 2. Ah. Woohoo. Yeah. Shot over 2. Crankbait. No reef crankbait. It's good stuff. Good stuff.
Zeroed out.
Yeah. No.
2 pound, 15 ounces.
250. Number 2. Female. Oh, come on. Thank you.
I'll do it fast.
Yeah, too fast.
Go
Thank you very much.
back around the corner now to Lee Livesey.
Cast about another 10 foot.
Livesey has officially made up the deficit Brandon Card had coming over him into the championship Sunday.
There he is. Look like a good one. Oh my gosh, what a fish. I have 2 of them. Stay on there, whatever you are. Stay on. Big old waller head. It's hooked on the outside, I think. Oh my gosh, stay on, baby. Stay on. Oh, no, 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 no. We'll get right where you're at, Holly. Yes! Meat! Finally! Meat! Need 4 more, baby. Yeah! Oh, baby whale. That's not the whale, but that's the baby whale. Ready? That's the biggest one I caught all week. That's a donk. 9.
9-2.
9-2. 9-2.
On a topwater bait.
On a
9-2 to
championship
start the
Sunday.
day, baby. Look at that beautiful Lake Fork bass. Come to the minnow bucket, get a room, get you a donkey. Oh, it might be an over. I didn't think about that.
If it's 24 inches long, you get to, that would be oversized outside the limit. You could bring it to the
It don't
weigh-in,
matter.
show it off if you like, but man, what a start. on this all-important day.
Tommy, that's a 9-pounder, and I don't think it's an over.
I don't know how accurate we're going to be. There we go. I'm taking her ass to the weigh-in. 24 inches. Got us up.
About as wide as he was long, but still, he's going to make it back to the weigh-in.
Fast, you're not going to bite it. You just need that confidence to really slow it down. And I've been fishing this way a long time. Stay on there. You stay. You stay on there. Yeah. That's number 2. I had to fish that side. I got hung up, swung around. That's gonna be our small one today. It looks like about a, 4. It's got a huge old head on it. Oh yeah, boy. Yes, Michi, I know. That's my dog back there.
4 pounds, 9 ounces.
4.9, woo! We're caught up. Pretty postponed fish. I decided not to start where QC, Quentin Capo, and I were kind of sharing a spot. Thank you. 4.9er, post-spawn. It's gonna be such an easy day, just chilling, cruising from point to point, initialing all these big ones. Attaboy, Dave, thank you. Whew. Dave, my judge, he's super light. He's my size. What do you weigh, like a $140? Yeah, he's like a $145. So our boat's gonna move around these points real nice.
Way to go, Dave.
Well, he's caught the leader to start the day. He's still got a deficit to lead Livesey to the tune of about 5 pounds. Over to the man who starts the day in 8th place. Our Angler of the Year points race leader, Seth Feider.
Way to not bring it, Dave. Way to not bring the weight in the boat.
A lot lighter winds today, and that is going to help everybody that's been on camera so far.
Come on. Quit it. He ain't that dang big. Oh, I got 2 of them. I got 2 of them. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. 2 of them. Okay, let me get out of here. And when he went down and started pulling a little extra harder, I'm like, he ain't that big. That's the first double I caught on camera. Can you hit that thumb, just let out a little bit of line for me? Thank you, appreciate it.
What is happening here this morning? What is going on?
What do you think about that, Russ? I got my dang hands full, though.
And landed him. Landed him. That's the cool part.
Yeah, I was really disappointed that he didn't catch 3 on that cast. That would really top the morning here on Lake Fork.
Seth Feider starting in 8th place. He's a ways back. He knows it's going to take something special to win today. He's just going to be more efficient, catch them 2 at a time. Maybe that's the secret. Whether he keeps doing that or not, he knows it's going to take a giant bag to win today.
You know, like I said, all you can ask for is to have a chance going into the last day. You definitely can't win it on the first day, but you can be out of it. So, you know, like we saw last year here, or last time here, it was, you know, the guy that caught the mega bag. He's got too many big ones in it for the guy to win to not have one of those massive days, whether it's the first day or the last day. But I think it's mandatory to win this event.
The Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
Good Sunday morning to you. We're bringing you live coverage of the final day championship Sunday of this Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork. Lake Fork legendary for giants, and Mark Zona, a giant, has taken the top headline early on today.
Yeah, in two different shapes for sure on Lake Fork. I mean, I am absolutely speechless. What we have seen, we already have our Mercury move of the day, and that is going to be Livesey, who guides on this lake, was very vocal yesterday, said, I will absolutely gamble and go for it. And really, this is the exact same spot that he started on yesterday, caught a lot of 5-pounders, but there were giants, absolute giants blowing up on shad all morning long yesterday. Livesey not hooking up with those giants yesterday, but he definitely has done that early this morning, catching one on a topwater over 9 pounds. And the scary thing with Livesey, with this weather, he's going to be able to run around a lot of secondary points up in creeks, a lot of main lake points. And what's happening on these points overnight, giant gizzard shad and threadfin shad spawning shallow, and there are wolf packs of big ones hunting those shad. Livesey with an absolute giant to start today. He hits 3 fish for almost 17 pounds. It's your Mercury move of the day.
Finally, me.
Livesey vaulting from 5th place all the way to the top in a 5-pound lead. Could have been predicted. In fact, it was predicted by Lee.
Everybody says that, but I'm around some big ones, and just a matter of time until I still hadn't caught a big one. I hadn't even caught a 7-pounder. It's almost impossible to fish Lake Fork for 3 days and not catch a 7+. It's crazy.
Yeah, just skip the 7s, go right to the 9s. Livesey,
sure,
out front, big time.
Taking a look at his catches right there, that icon of the 9-pounder caught a few moments ago. And the scariest thing, I said this coming into this final day, boy, if there is an angler, the other 9 fishermen on the water today did not want to make Championship Sunday. You are looking at him.
Ready? We have 3 bass. We got a 9-pounder finally. This took me 4 days. And 2 3s. There's some big ones in here. They're just kind of up on top. I'm really scared to pull up on top this early, because yesterday they came up way out here on the edge. So I'm gonna sit here and just kind of wait them out. But I'm on the right fish. I just got to get lucky and catch 4 more big ones. You know, we need some 7+s to take a shot at this thing now. We got 1 big one, so I'm excited, ready to roll.
Let's take it over to Takumi Ito. He himself with a good start already today. 3 fish, 3 keepers in the boat. Second-year angler from Japan, Chiba, Japan.
Takumi Ito, been 2 different approaches, cranking early in the morning, then swimming a wacky rig worm on a 3/16-ounce jig head, something you don't see, but a lot of the fish that he's catching in 8 to 10 feet of water, suspended about 3 feet off of the bottom.
Wow, dude. Oh, I don't like bait tackle. Bait tackle. I don't like bait tackle. Come on, man. No. Oh, 1 foot. Please go here. I don't like. Oh, man. Oh. I don't like treble hook. Oh, single hook. Oh, yeah. Okay. Ah, Okay. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It was loose.
Tommy, I'm not going to lie. Those pants are on fire.
Yeah.
Championship Sunday pants right there.
Those are gamer slacks right there.
36,
Yeah.
3 pounds, 6 ounces.
36. Oh, I like finish fishing. I don't like crankbait, but I caught. Yeah. It's okay, number 3. Yeah. Female.
A couple of things. Todd is not partial to his big bass, and now we understand treble hooks, crankbaits.
Yes.
He's going to be
He does not
dealing
like
with
treble
that.
hooks. And he said he hates catching big bass because they're just too mean.
Understood. Another guy who might be not as fond of treble hooks as he was, say, 48 hours ago. He was our leader to start the day, Brandon Card, still looking for his first keeper. We'll explain that for you.
Yes. Impaled his hand yesterday
Well,
afternoon.
we're back to the quote-unquote hammer hole, and they're actually doing what they were doing on day 2, but even more. There's a big shad spawn going on, and there's some fish chasing bait up shallow, really shallow, but for whatever reason I can't get them to bite. On day 2 there wasn't as much of a shad. There was a shad spawn, but they weren't like just hoarded up in the grass like they are right now. So I don't know if it's just the case that there's just so much bait in here now, it's hard to trick one. It's kind of a weird, shad spawns are a weird deal. It's like, there's sometimes when there's so much shad in an area, it's hard to trigger a bite because there's just so much for them to eat. So like on day 2, there was just a little bit of it going down, but not nearly as much as there is right now. But you would think I could still catch a few. I'm throwing top water, jerk bait, spinner bait, just keeping my options open. But they're definitely in here spawning today. You can see in front of me. It's lots of threadfin.
All right, well, Brandon Card, yeah, he started the day with the lead. He doesn't have a keeper yet. Don't pull the plug on him just yet. He managed to get the job done yesterday despite all kinds of distractions.
Oh, dang it. Right in my finger. Do you know how to do the braid? You ready? Yeah.
Okay.
1, 3,
Now,
2.
here's the bad part. They did there's a little braided line trick where you snap it and it usually pops out. And that was a horrible display of the braided line trick. So Brandon Card then pushes the point of the hook through his skin and had to find somebody with semi-rusted pliers.
See if I got the barb. Make sure I got the barb.
Oh, you didn't.
You ready?
Yeah. All right, now.
Oh boy.
Dang, that hurts.
All right. Here's the thing. Did you hear him
Like
say,
all of a sudden,
I'm not too wild
this
about that
stunk.
rust?
Matt Herron to the rescue right there. So Brandon Card got that behind him. He's ready to go, ready to capture his first Elite Series title today. Not to say he isn't just a little bit nervous.
I'm gonna, definitely be nervous. I'm always nervous before every single takeoff on the Bassmaster Elite Series, so I'm sure tomorrow will be amplified even more. But as soon as I start fishing, I think, I'll just be able to settle in and just kind of focus on each and every bite. I'm just gonna go in there and just put my head down and, just try to keep an open mind and see where the chips fall.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Understatement to say that things are popping out here on Lake Fork on Championship Sunday today. Here's a look from above at this incredible place full of giant bass, full of catchable bass. This is one of the greatest weeks of the year to do it. I'm going to show you our Humminbird bird's eye view of Seth Fighter, who's jumped up from 8th place to 6th place on 3 quick keepers. One of them on one cast brought in 2.
And really, if you look at that Humminbird bird's eye view right there, those main lake points or secondary points has been the key for almost all of your leaders so far. Seth Fighter said if he's going to win this tournament or have a shot, this is the way this tournament will be won.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, barely hooked. No, he ain't that big at all. So just boat flipping. Not that big at all. Fat though. I mean,
Seth Fighter with 3 days over 20 pounds, very consistent this week.
2 pounds, 11 ounces.
211, consistent all season long, and thus he is our leader. The very important Bassmaster Angler of the Year points race. Got his work cut out for him today, but as I say, he caught himself a double earlier today, so he's upped his game. Back over to Takumi Ito. Hasn't run into any giants yet, but he'll need a giant bag such as he had on day number 2.
Day number 2, Takumi Ito catching 3 over 8-pound fish, almost a 34-pound stringer.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh. Come here, come here. Oh, man. Oh, no, oh, no, oh, no, man. Oh, no. Damn, baby. Oh. Come here, come here. Oh. Damn, baby. No. Too much power. Too much power. Yeah, come here, come here. Come here. Yeah. Hey. All right. I'm a strong Takumi Ito. Yes. Whew. Look at that. Female. Yeah. Whew.
Did he just give himself a shout out, Tommy?
I think he did. Rightfully so.
He's strong.
Zeroed out.
Yeah. Good. Good.
4 pounds.
Yeah, 4 pound even. Hey, Taku is strong. No finesse. I'm a cranky master. Yeah.
Bring
yes.
He's bringing it.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Second year here with the Bassmaster Elite Series. He's proven himself to be a walking 2-legged highlight reel.
Absolutely. Nori's shot over 2 crankbait just got from one of our writers, Craig Lamb. Dives about 7 feet, and he's fishing in about 8 to 10 feet of water.
There are your top 4 as it stands right now. Livesey, Ito, Zaldain, and Brandon Card.
Z, by far, that has to be the best 15 minutes to start Bass Live we've had. Probably this season, no doubt, but ever.
And we've had some pretty amazing first hours of competition. but this is unbelievable what's happened. And the other thing, you look at Brandon Card, 2 big days 1 and 2, 27, 28 pounds. But yesterday, it looked a lot better on paper for Brandon Card, because really, he went on a 1-hour flurry midday, and the rest of the day was very, very slow.
Brandon Card, a slow start to his day, and like we said before, don't discount this guy just yet, because yesterday was the same story for both he and Quinton Capo, 1 and 2 in the standings. They'll wait him out. They've got the power to do that.
Absolutely, and really the biggest thing that you hear this time of year going into summertime on Lake Fork is timing, getting your rotation down on these main lake and secondary points. Big swim baits is what we're going to see today. And the scariest 2 guys in the field right now, Chris Zaldain, Lee Livesey, they're big bait guys. They're big bass fishermen who actually fish Lake Fork a lot together. They are going to be a handful for Brandon Card today.
Oh, absolutely. What we have seen so far, as Ronnie Moore just pointed out, welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. We've got a full coverage for you for the next 2.5 hours on Bassmaster Live here, and welcome in also Ronnie Moore. We've heard from Ronnie already this morning, and now at the Screen of Knowledge.
I wanted to give away some of the details on the top lures, Tommy. These are the baits that have got the anglers here, and they're the baits that are going to get the anglers to possibly a championship victory today. And oftentimes when you look at the top lures, they change daily, or sometimes they stay the same the entire event. But these guys have put in work all week on Fork, and some of them throw these big baits to swing for the fences, to maybe win the event. But that's not the case at Fork. You throw these big baits because this is what you can normally throw to catch 15 pounds, to catch 30 pounds. And we see Chris Zaldain, one of the best big swim bait anglers on the Elite Series, got a couple different styles here, more of a wake bait style, a giant jointed hard body swim bait, and then a soft swim bait as well. We'll see the same thing from Lee Livesey. That's one that he got started with a couple 3-pounders early on his first cast. Then we saw a 9-pounder come on his top water already this morning. And those are some big fish baits this time of the year. Some of those tactics that really will get him in the boat. Patrick Walters caught a giant bag on day 1, 32 pounds on a bunch of suspending jerk baits, the ones that he could seek out those big fish on his electronics and target them with those baits. And then he's also been rotating in 2 bigger swim bait, walking style jointed baits as well. And then when we look at the guys who have had the lead before today, obviously they lost it this morning. A lot of big fish have came across from 3rd through 6th on the leaderboard. But Brandon Card being your day 2 and 3 leader, using a hollow body swim bait that is hand poured from a friend in Tennessee, and then also a jerk bait as well. Those are 2 tactics we are used to seeing here at Lake Fork. And Quinton Capo throwing bigger style baits as well. They may not look super big here, but this is an oversized crankbait, a 4.0 Strike King crankbait, a bigger square bill, and then also a big 3 treble hooked walking topwater, one that kind of we've seen Lee Livesey throwing that style. And then the last guy really off the map when it comes to top lures, different style and approach completely, a more finesse style from our Japanese angler, Takumi Ito, but he's also had a crankbait in play, a couple finesse tactics, more of like a shad imitator, and then a flick shake wacky worm that he's been able to pick up some of these fish that are highly pressured that don't see that. And so a lot of different baits in play this week, and obviously any of them can catch an 8, 9-pounder here at Fork.
Powerful stuff. The top baits in play here at Lake Fork. Talk about Patrick Walters. That's 32 pounds on day 1. He fell off. It's almost half that on day number 2, but reeled it back in, so to speak, yesterday. But this is scenes from our last event here, only 5 months ago, 2020. Patrick Walters doing something the likes of which we have never seen before.
No, Patrick Walters unlocking the suspended bass in the flooded timber of Lake Fork, going over 100 pounds in a tournament where even the locals said, no, there's no way somebody could catch 100 pounds in the fall. This time of year, not that unusual, but doing that in the fall. And really, Patrick Walters, if you kind of looked at all of those screens that Ronnie just showed right there, Patrick Walters and the leaders in this event matching the hatch, gizzard shad, threadfin shad. Patrick Walters did that to perfection. Getting out to Patrick Walters live now.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna be gone. You were sitting on the point I wanted to go to. That's where I caught on my way yesterday.
Come on back. Oh, easy, mama. Oh, 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 God. Oh, God, no. She got one hook. Don't fight now. Goodness gracious, what is she doing? Come on. Dang, this fish just decided to fight. Oh yeah.
You all right?
I'm golden. I got that freaking. No, I got that cable. That cable just made me eat sheep. Son, I just took a dirt nap.
Come on, Terry.
It's all good, Trey. Pick it up higher. There you go. You just see me take a dirt nap right there? God, I got that cable.
4 pounds, 10 ounces.
That's what you call a cluster.
We have had some spectacular thrills and spills during the course of this
Back
tournament.
up, Terry. Back up now. Back up, Terry.
Oh, no.
No.
Not that.
Oh, poor
One
Patrick
more look at. Oh,
Walters.
yeah. Oh, my goodness. That's kind of been par for the course out here over these
And
4
look,
days.
That is dangerous with a giant jerkbait stuck in that fish's melon.
Oh, we are getting a great start to our championship Sunday today. Had no doubt we would have, but boy, it has even exceeded our expectations. We're big-time partisans around here. That is for sure. Lee Livesey, our Texan, on top. We'll be right back.
Finally!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Sunday morning, we're bringing it to you live, the championship round of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork, 5th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series on one of the legendary, one of the incomparable bass lakes in all the world, especially with regard to big fish. We have a new leader. Lee Livesey will talk about that on the strength of a giant fish. There's our TH Marine Weather Watch. See, what does that mean? Warmer temperatures today.
Exactly, and really throughout the week, the weather just was not stable. Very up and down, a lot of wind, a lot of fronts that were passing through with colder nights. And if you ask the Bassmaster Elite Series field, today was going to be the day where really the weather stabilized, lighter winds, where a lot of these guys, especially some of your anglers that made it to Championship Sunday, thought potentially the biggest stringer could come today. Going to get back out on the water right now. Seth Fighter hooked up live.
Feels pretty good. Probably gonna have to get in that seat. This feels like a good one. Yeah, big head shakes. Big head shakes. There, I got him hooked weird. Big head shakes. Oh yeah, great big one. Stay on, baby. Stay on. Great big one. Oh, barely hooked. Just barely. Don't do it. Don't do it. Just play possum. Just like that. Play possum. Don't do it. 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 Got you. Yes. Oh, just barely hooked. I'm glad she didn't fight. We'd have problems if she fought. She'd have come off. Look at that one, Ross. 5.5. Clear?
0, yes.
Okay.
5 pounds, 6 ounces.
Not bad. Boom. Thank you for not fighting. I love you. If she'd have done anything, she'd have come off. Dude, barb wasn't even in her, just one pinned under the jaw. Thank you. Thanks for not being a rascal. Finally got one we can weigh in. Just need 4 bigger than that. Piece of cake.
Great way to fill out your limit, that 5.5 pounder there for Seth Feider. As you mentioned, super consistent. Mark Zona through this, 20 pounds every day. He looks like a lock to be at least that today.
Exactly. We're going to head back over to Patrick Walters right now. And a lot of these guys that you're seeing, catching them in this tournament, fishing areas, shallow points, main lake points, really just shallower points than we see in the traditional, you know, post-spawn. When these fish get offshore, they're on the same exact points, just up very shallow, 2 to 4 feet of water.
Pound, 8 ounces.
1 8.
Uh-oh, the music.
What? Already this morning? Interesting. There is some controversy here. We kind of thought the power pole replay of the day, it was hands down going to be a 9-pounder from Lee Livesey. No, it is not, Tommy Sanders. You know what? This tournament has been all over the map, people hooking themselves, and a lot of people just taking spills. See Patrick Walters right there. A lot of stumps also in Lake Fork. We almost know. A fantastic save with Austin Felix, who has made it to Championship Sunday. And I will tell you, Austin Felix, a great event, but he's almost gone in the drink more than once this week. That is your power pole replay of the day. Let's take a look at Patrick Walters one more time. Grab some wood, boy.
You know what?
Go on, boy. That's your power pole replay.
Kept his head up, kept his eyes forward. Good stuff right there. These are guys who are already amped up on bass fishing before they even get to Lake Fork. They go out of their minds in this place, and rightfully so.
I think so. There they go. Big ones. I'm gonna be short. Nope. Right on top. Come on. Eat it. That was a big one. Please. Oh my God. What a bass. Stay on, baby. Stay on, 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 stay on. Stay on. No, 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 no. Stay on. Stay on. Where's Shane at? Shane. Oh my gosh, what a bass, Holly. Stay on, stay on, stay on, stay on. Okay, he's not that big, but he's a big one. Stay on, stay on, stay on. Stay on, baby. Stay on, please. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Come on. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on. Yes! Yes!
It's like you just landed a baby.
Another one. 3 more, baby. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Lake Fork, that's for you, baby. Straight out of Texas. Woo! Oh man, that's a big one. That ain't no 9, but it's a big one. 7-6. 7-6, guys. On top. We got a 7 and a 9 and 2 3s.
7-6 on a top water.
Z, he's caught
What a
16
morning.
and a half pounds on a top water this morning. 2 fish.
Unbelievable performance by Lee Livesey. A Texan notched his first Elite Series victory last year on a much tougher Lake Chickamauga. Now he's operating on his home water and showing us how it is done. We've been looking at big ones all week, just hasn't caught them today. Folks, he's catching them.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Bassmaster Elite Series. This is Bassmaster Live, 5th stop of the year on legendary Lake Fork, and this is it. Championship Sunday. We're down to 10 anglers on this final day. Our leader, Livesey, just needs to catch one more to get his limit. And if it's the average for today for him, he's busted the century mark. That's a huge accomplishment here. And he's looking at the verge of doing that early on today.
Really the story of this day, though, so far, taking a look at our playing field. In the state of Texas, just east of Dallas, one of the most legendary lakes in the country, Lake Fork, over 27,000 acres of prime bass fishing habitat. Whoa, you see Little Caney's getting a lot of attention, as it does every time the Bassmasters comes here. And this was moments ago with Chad Morgan-Taylor fishing just inside of Takumi Ito.
And who owns Skeeter. And the pro staff guy there, the coordinator, knew my background. Oh, dang, that felt like a good one too. Look at the boil, dadgummit. I couldn't see my line swimming off because of the sun. Dadgum. Boy, that was a good one, guys.
Back over to Patrick Walters. Starting to get things kind of going here, stirring for him on this morning.
You see a topwater being a big player here on this final day.
On the pause, are you freaking kidding me? I was looking at something. He got a freaking gizzard in his throat. My hook was all wrapped up. He's right at 4. He's a heavy 3. Oh, we're not pulled down. Shoot.
4 pounds, 2 ounces.
4 pounds, 2 ounces. Sweet.
Good one right there for Patrick Walters.
I don't know if it was
and
big
really
as Lee's, but dang. That sounded big.
Dynamic. If you listen to Patrick Walters talking about that, there was a gizzard shad in that fish's throat. There's 2 different spawns going on with the forage in this lake. We're going to get over with Brandon Card right now, and you get a good look. Now, these are threadfin shad spawning against that grass. You see that right there where it's just flicking in that grass? And those shad will spawn overnight into the first few hours of the morning. The threadfin shad will. But it's guys like Lee Livesey, Seth Fighter, Chris Zaldain concentrating on a gizzard shad spawn. The threadfin right there that you're seeing are only a couple inches long, but you see guys like Livesey concentrating in areas where those gizzard shad are probably 6 to 10 inches long. And this time of year, those bass will absolutely wolfpack and devour those shad as they move, whether it's along grass or those tapering clay points that we've seen earlier today. And really, if you watch this tournament, granted, there's been a lot of largemouth spawning, but if you are not concentrating on that shad spawn, it's almost like you were not even in this tournament.
I know there's some giants sitting right out there off this thing just a little bit. Just need one to thump. Patrick's going to go to that point now.
Again, Livesey already with a
At that
9
point, you
plus
get a
and a
break
7
for
plus.
like an hour, and I could slide over there and catch a couple big ones. I think Patrick's fishing way out on it, though. Or, you know, like 6 to 8 foot with a jerkbait, and Quentin's fishing it like I would. But that little angle I got yesterday up against the bank and threw out over there, that's how you catch some big suckers. You sneak up on them from the backside. Yeah, exactly. They're so smart. That's how I caught that 6-7 yesterday. Remember, I floated in and threw way out off of it and brought it right back to his face.
Another thing to watch with Livesey, fishing very shallow off that island, and he's stealthy. He does not hit that trolling motor a lot, does not make a lot of noise. As great as the action has been, these fish are very, very conditioned. They're not dumb. They're fished for every day out here.
Oh, yeah. Quick. Three more fish can come up here in 10 minutes, and we got 3 7s. Or I can not catch anything at 1 and go run my points and catch a 7 7 7, you know? Or bigger, you know? 7 to 9s.
Like you said yesterday, watching Lee catch 5s and 6s, but all the while, his eyes were not on the fish he was reeling in. He was looking at those big ones further out that he couldn't get to. Today, he's getting to them.
Yeah, and really the scary thing for the rest of the field is when you hear a guy with so much knowledge of this lake saying, "Nah, I'm just going to hit my 7 to 9 pound spots." And we've definitely seen one of those so far on Championship Sunday.
Lee Livesey knows, and history tells us it's very, very hard to win on your home water for some reason or another. But he knows it can be done, and that's his plan for today.
I'm excited about this lake right here. Obviously, it's Lake Fork. This is where I'm from. It's where I live. It's where I guide, and it's fitting in and getting the right timing. But I know where not to be. I know where I want to be, and it's just you don't get a lot of chances. So when you do, you gotta shoot for it. And I could really appreciate winning one here in front of the home crowd and the family and everything. It'd be awesome.
Yes! Meat! Freaking meat, baby! Got some meat in the boat.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Legendary Big Bass Factory Lake Fork may have saved his best for the final day. Championship Sunday here. And Texan Lee Livesey on top there. You see him with 94 pounds and 1 ounce, a super fast start today. The pundits always trying to guess what the final weight is going to be. Will someone break the century mark? That's a big milestone in the sport of bass fishing. And Lee can just catch one that equals his average for today to fill out his limit. And he has achieved that mark, though.
I would say Livesey's definitely headed for the century mark. And really, if you're watching on FS1, you hear Lee Livesey talk about being the local, and you say to yourself, if you don't follow the Bassmasters, well, this guy should win this tournament. It is so hard to win an event on the lake you're from. We've learned that through the years. Lee Livesey, in fact, a couple years ago, I mean, this lake haunted him, the Bassmaster Elite Series event we had here.
Won't touch this thing without the wind. I got lucky and caught those two because it was still dark, or you know, low light. There he is, as soon as I said something. Oh my God. Stay on, please. Oh my gosh.
Oh boy.
Stay on, baby. Please stay on. Oh, it's a monster. Oh my gosh. Stay on. What a fish. What a bass. What a bass. Oh my gosh, what a bass. What a bass. Oh my God, stay on, baby. Come here. Lake Fork, where you at? Where you at? Where you at, Lake Fork? Yes! Yes! Oh, yes! Donk! Meat, baby. Woo! Two more, baby. Oh my gosh. Freaking meat. That's another 8 plus. That's right, take your time, turn it off, turn it back on.
Big hats off, Bassmaster Marshal Holly Keene. She's been with us for years. And all the marshals this week.
Oh, yeah.
Weighing the fish. What are we seeing here, Tommy, this morning?
He was getting ready to close the drawbridge here on the rest of this field if somebody else doesn't get things moving.
8 pounds, 14 ounces. 815.
815. Oh my gosh. 815, baby. Where you at, Zona? Mercer, miss you, man. Come on, Mercer.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Is he giving shout outs to the whole TV crew?
You taking one?
Just tied Patrick Walters, day one big bag of 32.14. Wow. 103 pounds.
815. Oh, man. Bye, girl.
That's strong. And I want you to really look at what Livesey's done this morning. If you watched yesterday morning on FS1, he saw these fish. He absolutely saw these fish yesterday morning, blowing up like that right there on shad. And it's repositioning his boat this morning compared to where he was at on that island yesterday. And he has landed on the Lake Fork Giants.
What 30-pound plus bag we talked about to start the show. Done for Lee Livesey. Century belt earned already for Lee Livesey. Man, he has not just thrown down the gauntlet. He's trying to just take this thing out of town and go as fast as he can.
How did this go to over a 20-pound lead in an hour and 30 minutes?
Fast for Lee Livesey. Chris Zaldain doing something he's really committed to, and he's got to have it pay off now big time.
He's been living with that glide bait, shallow water, 2 to 5 feet of water, and all about the retrieve to make these fish react.
There's one giant, big one. Oh, that's a big one. Stay on there. Gosh, stay on there. Feels so heavy, dude. Oh, she's heavy. Oh, she's hooked in the top. Ah! Woo! Yeah! Woo! Oh, yeah. Oh. Yeah! Oh. Oh. That is a fork tanker right there. Let me pull off just a hair. Oh, presentation is everything, man. How many casts did I make in there? Oh my gosh. It's gonna freaking happen today, Michi. I got my dog back here, got my crew. Oh. Okay, hold on. Here. Ready, Davo?
Scales are 0.
Okay. Frickin' tanker!
6 pounds, 14 ounces.
Woo! Almost 7. 614. Big old fat one, man. Oh my gosh. Yes. Yes. That's why we throw the big baits, Michi. Oh yeah. Woo! I know, Michi. Look at her go. Yes. All the marshals have been having issues. 4, 5, 6.
One of the most incredible mornings we have seen on the Bassmasters, no doubt.
I completely forgot what an average size bass looks like.
I know.
Oh, there's his dog. Okay.
I think that's Misi, Tommy. That's Misi.
Misi, okay.
We saw her at the
Michi.
That's how these spots are, man. Just when you're thinking, let's leave, let's leave, let's leave.
Back up, Michi.
They come up, start banging on them. 25 fluoro.
Michi falls in the water. That dog would be eaten in this lake.
And if you see the way I'm fighting these things, this is an absolute broomstick of a rod. There's like 0 bend to it. 25-pound fluoros, doesn't have much stretch to it at all, but it's just enough when you got these big, heavy 3 and 4 ounce baits and a big, heavy rod. It takes up all that stretch with that stiff rod like that. Oh, my poor swimmer. Oh, looks like it's got skin disease. Oh. Little eagle claw snap, that's a big deal. It's a size 3 snap. And see how it's wide right here? I mean, that's pretty wide. So when it glides, it pulls, it glides, it's kind of like free swinging. That allows it to walk the dog under the water like that. Those little tricks, instead of tying right to it, using that snap allows that bait to swim freely. Those are tricks we worked on in California 20 years ago. The little things, man. Details are everything. Frickin' absolute shaking right now.
Chris Zaldain, so excited, so exciting to watch. Big Bass, the big stage here, and for him, it's always been about the big dreams and Bassmaster.
You know, to wear that shield right there, it's something to be proud of. To me, it's heritage, but I know what that shield means. It means to, you know, protect the sport. It means heritage. It means passion, and it means a career path from start to finish. Whether you're a young teenager like I was, or a seasoned vet, it stands for something. And I think until you get there, you really don't fully understand what that Bass Shield means.
The Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, and by Skeeter Boats.
In 6 days, don't miss the return of former heavyweight champion Andy Ruiz as he takes on rugged veteran Chris Arreola, plus a stacked card of Mexican firepower. It all goes down Saturday, live on pay-per-view.
I'm definitely locked in on Ruiz. I kind of batted back and forth yesterday, Tommy, but really looking at the comeback that Ruiz has made, very eerily similar to what we've seen here on Championship Sunday. Lee Livesey laying down almost 33 pounds in the first 2 hours.
Really, in an hour and a half, he put that in the boat. I mean, we've seen slugfest before here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. That one rivals anything we've ever seen. And where does it stop? I mean, he is far from being done yet.
Absolutely, he definitely has room to grow. Going to get right across the creek in Little Caney from Lee Livesey. Get out with Patrick Walters. Oh my gosh.
Oh my God. Watch out. Oh my God, that is so big. Go to the front, Greg. Oh my. Woo! Let's go! Yeah! Woo! That's a certified meat wagon, baby. Give me some. God dang it, son! What did I tell you, Trey? So they're gonna bite topwater today. Why? Go to a spot we have been fishing all morning. A giant blows up. Pick it up a little bit higher if you can.
Oh, I got it.
B10, she's 9.
9 pounds, 5 ounces.
9.5?
9 pounds, 5 ounces.
Did you see that topwater bite?
Do you want to measure it real quick?
Ties for big
I might
bass
want
of
to take
the
something
event.
into.
Looking to be
How about that?
24 plus, so he can bring it to the
Look
weigh-in.
at how tall
Yeah.
this freaking fish is. That's all freaking meat wagon. I ain't gonna need them today. Thanks, Mama.
Watch this bite.
Freaking topwater.
That is one of the best explosions. Oh my gosh.
These guys are wearing small mics to pick up their voices. You could hear that sounded like someone dropped a cinder block in the water.
I don't think we're gonna drag
Yes.
today.
At that distance.
What are you doing dragging, Patrick? Gosh.
Over
we seeing
9
here?
on a topwater. Second
incredible.
one today over 9 on a topwater.
Can you scoot over just a little bit, sir? Can you scoot? I'm about to fish those trees right there. Thank you.
He's still one left to a limit here, Patrick Walters.
And Tommy, here's what's really weird.
Yeah. Well,
Your
no, the last one I
day
caught
3
was
leader,
flying on
Brandon
Sunday.
Card,
She didn't come up.
0.
Yeah, she didn't come up. She just ate it right there where I caught that one yesterday.
One more
The first two
9.5,
doesn't
Tommy,
see come up on the swim.
and Walters is at 100 as well.
Wow. Be a nice way to fill out a limit.
Exactly.
Right, one more 9.5.
You look down and Lee Livesey has 94 and he catches an 8.15 and he's at 103.
Love our hummingbird bird's eye view. That's the crowd that has shown up on the water. A gallery for Lee Livesey.
Exactly, and you can tell looking at that hummingbird bird's eye view fishing in Little Caney, when you're starting to get that many spectator boats on a championship Sunday, somewhere in the back of Livesey's head, he pretty much knows he is in control of this event right now. What a morning, man.
Oh. Hard to process it all. Just totally extraordinary.
We said someone was going to catch 30 pounds today. We just didn't expect it to be by 8:30 in the morning.
You know, Ron, and one of the things that we were talking about while you were out was you look at Lee Livesey, very stealthy, doesn't make a lot of noise, and it looks like he's way offshore, but he's very shallow water.
But ain't nothing I can do to give him a break.
You know,
What's that?
2 to 4 feet of water.
Sure. Just tell me when to roll. Little morning update. It's probably about 9 o'clock. I don't know, but we've got a decent little bag to start. We got a 310 and a 3 13 we've got to get rid of, I think. Kind of hitting that morning low, the start. But I'm just, there he is. Be a big one. Not a big one, but I think he's bigger than he's a 3 probably. There's your morning update. Bass are biting topwater. He's little. Little after we catch a 9 and a 8 and a 7. Bigger than a 310. There's your morning update. We don't need him though. We need 7s to win. We need 2 more 7s. And we'll have a shot.
Lee thinking about how he's going to put himself in a position to win here over the next few hours.
Uh-oh. Exactly.
Maybe, just maybe.
Yeah. Fingers crossed.
3 pounds, 14 ounces.
314. 314. That's gonna get out. Get rid of the 310.
Tommy, do you think there is going to be a party at the weigh-in today if Lee Livesey wins this thing? Just curious.
You could probably drive from Michigan, Z, and make it to the Minnow Bucket tomorrow and be still partying with them.
I would guess it'll be a big week at the Minnow Bucket.
Yeah. That's a feat that we don't see frequently. We've been able to see it once, basically one event every year for the last 3 years. But before that, it had been since 2013, since the century mark had been broken. Congratulations to Lee Livesey. Joins an elite list of anglers. That's only the 44th time in Bassmaster Elite Series history someone has done that. And we have some of our anglers in our Elite Series field for 2021 that have done that feat. Steve Kennedy, one of the big bass hunters on the Elite Series, has done it 3 times, 122 pounds, 14 ounces at Clear Lake, 2007. He also did it in 06 at Santee Cooper, and the same year in 07 at Lake Amistad. And then we have Jason Williamson, Brandon Cobb, and Keith Combs. They've all done it in the state of Texas at Falcon and Fork, 2013 and 2020. And then Rick Morris, Gerald Swindle, Rick Clunn, all getting it done. 2 of them in the state of Texas at Falcon, 1 of them in the state of California. We remember the iconic catch that basically put Swindle over 100, that 10-pounder that he caught at Clear Lake. And then more recently, Patrick Walters last fall getting it done, breaking the century mark in the biggest Elite Series margin of victory ever. We had Garrett Paquette do it in 2019 at Lake Fork right here. And then John Cruz also did it at Falcon Lake. So we will now add the Century Club to Lee Livesey, the 32nd angler in Bassmaster history to do it. Congratulations, Lee. 100 pounds, Tommy. That's something we don't see frequently in the Elites.
No.
And to do it by 8:30 in the morning when you needed 30 pounds, incredible.
He's got all that done. All that remains is for Lee Livesey to collect the trophy, but we got plenty of fish, and look at the size that is coming into not just Lee's boat, but other boats as well. There's plenty more to watch, plenty more fishing on the way on Championship Sunday from Lake Fork.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
What a bang-up final day at Lake Fork to cap off our Texas swing here on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but we shall return to the Lone Star State, the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic. The World Championship coming up June 11th, 12th, and 13th. Lake Ray Roberts, just outside of Fort Worth. First time ever for Fort Worth to host a Bassmaster Classic. What a fun town, great sports town as well. It will be a tremendous event there. Those 3 special days of fishing that are more important than any others. Looking so forward to that. Take you on our map, take a look at the Lone Star State there. In Fort Worth, about 80 miles, let's say, west of where we are today. You go through Dallas to get to Fort Worth. We at the new Dickies Arena there, not too far from Texas Christian University campus. Great part of town and a great celebration on the way in June in Fort Worth. Cowtown, they call it.
Just a hair over a month from now, the Bassmaster Classic. Gonna get on the water right now, back up into Little Caney. Your day 3 leader, Brandon Card, who's been sitting on 0 so far today.
There he is. Yeah. Fish number 1. Ooh. Just
0.
What's his tail?
I got 3 pound 5 ounce.
3.5. First fish.
Well, that seems a long time to wait for your first fish. Actually, he waited longer yesterday. Still managed to have the lead at day's end and still second place at the end of yesterday. This man, Quentin Capo.
Good one. Stay hooked up, baby. Stay hooked up, coming right here. Come here. Come here. Come here. It's got my spook. Oh, come here. Come here. Come here. Sit in. Got him. Got him. Thank you, baby.
Another great topwater bite.
The line was around my hooks the whole time, and I was worried I was going to pull that fish off. Are we zeroed?
Scale is 0. Sorry. 5 pounds. 2 pounds. Call it 5 pounds, 6 ounces.
5, 6. There we go. Number 1. Come on. Come on. Come on. Thank you, baby. 5, 6.
Capo from Prairieville, Louisiana, having his best Elite Series ever tournament here on Lake Fork. We've got 2 international anglers in our top 10 to start today. Takumi Ito, who we've spent a lot of time with, a solid tournament as well, for the first angler from Canada to ever win a Bassmaster Elite Series event. Having a good tournament, too. That went down last year. Johnson not too far from home, Mark Dona.
Absolutely right. Doing a lot of work out in Lake Ontario last year in rough seas on that final day, to say the least. But look at those weights that Chris Johnston posted throughout that St. Lawrence River event. A lot of people thought, hey, him and his brother Corey Johnston, definitely ones to look at, but they truly have backed up their reputation as some of the best to ever play the game on any of the smallmouth fisheries that we have gone to. Chris Johnston, one of the only anglers in the top 10 who's been sight fishing really the entire tournament for bed and largemouth. You know, got a text from our co-worker Dave Mercer, Bassmaster MC. He said, what a morning, and the scary thing is this thing's far from over.
There's plenty more to be caught if this morning is any indication.
I just want to bottle this moment up, Z, and just stay in the moment with these guys, because this is like, this is something that you can't get at the store anywhere.
No, it's been a unbelievable 2 hours of bass fishing on Bassmaster Live. We have covered a lot of tournaments. This has been a special, special morning.
Too far out there. Still be there. Still be hot. Still be there. Come on, eat it. I know you're still right there somewhere. Come on. Come on, eat it. Oh, gosh. Come on. There he is. He ain't big. Couldn't tell how big he was. I don't know if he's a 3 or a 4. I don't know. Stay out of my poles. Stay out of my poles. Stay out of my poles. He might be bigger than I think. I thought he was like a 3. Hooked on the outside, that's all I know. He's not very big, he's just hooked on the outside, but he's bigger than what I got. Yes, sir. Little upgrade. My crowd's cheering was delayed. I think they're mad I'm not catching 8s. They're like, oh, that's just a 4-pounder.
So much pressure on this guy. Home lake, expectations, not only of his friends and family watching, but of himself. He wants to win this and has been close the last year, but not getting it done.
4-1.
That will afford him some more ounces there with the upgrade. Improving his limit little by little and by giant steps this morning.
You nailed it, Ronnie, to think about this moment. It's one thing seeing a 33 to 35 pound stringer caught on Lake Fork, but when the majority of it comes on a topwater bait, that is unbelievable to see that on live.
Ever-growing gallery that's got to come out here. Why wouldn't he? You got to see this in person if you have the opportunity. Oh, he's appreciating that, and he's got his thoughts about this big following as well.
I mean, a lot of people ask me about that and say, oh, don't you hate all those boats running around? And, I don't. It's a good thing. I have a couple buddies that kind of regulate anybody that gets a little too close, so they don't bother me at all. And, it makes me fish harder, I might fish a little bit faster than I should be or moving around a little bit more, but honestly, it's going to make me fish harder and, just make every cast count. It really will. It helps a lot having people there, and I want to do good for everybody, not just, on the TV show, but in person too.
Lee Livesey, all about him so far this morning. Look at that, 33 pounds. Basically an hour and 40 minutes this morning. Patrick Walters, he reeled it back in yesterday after falling off on day number 2. Really doing some good things out there. Chris Zaldain, very excited about what's going on with him as well. Lots to follow when we come back.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Fantastic, jaw-dropping, actually, final day here at the Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork. Guaranteed rate event here. Lee Livesey jumping out there with a 7-pound average, just under that, to take a big lead. But let's take a look right now at another important race, our Skeeter Boats Angler of the Year watch. In our top 10, top 2 guys, a couple of the top 2 guys, Seth Fighter and Patrick Walters, locked in a tight battle that's likely to go to the very end of the season, Mark Donner.
Absolutely. 4 out of your top 5 still fishing here on Championship Sunday. Going to get back into Little Caney Creek right now with young Patrick Walters, the defending champion from Lake Fork event last fall.
Still needs one more to a limit, 4 for 20 pounds basically because of that 9.5.
Sure, we got all day, son.
Like you said, if he can just catch another 9+, he's Century
exactly.
Club.
Yeah,
there we
did
go.
start off
Twin
good today. We started off
9.5.
like we did the first day, you know?
Catches a 13, he's in the lead.
Dang right.
Wait, and
Which
you're
is
on
not
a lake where you can do it.
Yes.
That's only half funny.
Shalab happy. This is nothing.
That's nothing?
Nothing. From what's out here on Fork,
Oh, yeah.
dude, 3 times that size. I'm telling you, I caught one out of 40 foot, first day of practice. It was over, it had to be 3 pounds. It was the biggest one I've ever caught. It was huge. It was just 2 of them sitting by themselves.
Boy, do you think.
Well, the thing is, I know people crappie fish here, but I don't think as many people crappie fish as they do bass fish, so the crappie population is pretty good, and they've got them, they're kind of like built like the bass. Get down there.
Lake Fork, one of the most popular destinations throughout the country, especially this time of year. Do you think, Tommy, Little Caney will get a little bit of attention this week with a bunch of 7 to 9 pounders hitting top waters?
I can't imagine what it's going to look like out there. But this place can stand it. That's the thing about
Looks
it.
like a good one. I can't really tell.
That is the most amazing thing. It's a lot like Gunnersville and other places we go on the Bassmaster Elite Series, because if you've never been to Fork or a Lake Gunnersville, the amount of pressure is staggering that this lake gets every day of the year.
If you're just picking up watching this tournament today with us, I mean, obviously it's been amazing, but you should know the background of this place. It's only been around for 40 years, and it was built as an experiment on how exactly to manage to grow giant bass, lots of them, keep the populations ginning all year long, and it's been a success.
Yeah, and really what Texas Parks and Wildlife have done with this lake to be able to sustain that pressure truly is a credit to that slot limit, to where those, those 3 to 6 pound bass are constantly protected in this lake and let go. And we've talked about this. You would love to see other states adopt slot limits like that. And don't get me wrong, there's slot limit lakes throughout the country. But man, what it does for the average size fish. I think Such made the comment on day 1. The average bass that was weighed throughout day 1 of competition was almost 4 pounds.
We just never get near that anywhere else.
Yeah, yesterday, Z, it was 311, so it's maintaining through the weekend after basically 7 days of pressure from the elite field.
Canada's Chris Johnston.
Rolling on it. Got him. Fish number 1. Took a bit. We got her. Now we're gonna see if we can get the female. It's a good one. Okay, you're 0.
That is a big, big male.
4-6.
There we go.
Spawning time, the males guard the bed or the nest, as you might call it here, and usually they're much smaller, diminutive. Male bass are much smaller than the females, but here they're just for some reason oversized.
Chris Johnston said after the day 3 weigh-in, I said, "How are you catching them, Chris?" He said, "Well, I'm sight fishing and I'm going to take some body blows tomorrow from the guys that are catching them swim baiting and on top waters."
Keeping it real for sure. That's kind of the way it's played out today.
He'll eat the stupid topwater just throwing it. For sure. Just never know where they're gonna eat it at.
Again, Lee Livesey looking for his second Bassmaster Elite Series win. That sort of upside-down season last year. Lake Chickamauga was rescheduled at a time it was very tough, but Lee Livesey certainly saw a pathway to victory, and he never veered off the course. He stayed on it, took the victory home.
Absolutely. Lee Livesey taking his first win on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Great footage in that event. And that was a grinder, man. That was a tough event on a usual, you know, at most times, Lake Chickamauga, one of the best big bass fisheries in the country. Tougher that time around. But the one thing watching this guy, we talked about it if you watched on FS1 2 weeks ago, man, he's a gambler. He is all in. When he makes it to Sunday, he is not here to catch 5 keepers and get to the stage and be happy. He's after trophies.
He won a trophy last year, and he was on a championship Sunday in our last event at the Sabine River, and he was asked, hey, would you want your best friend Caleb Summerall to get it? And he said, no, I'd love for him to finish second to me.
That's a good one. He can be about what I got.
314 is the smallest he's got.
Get out on here. Small upgrades, baby. Gonna be a small upgrade, but we're poking, pecking. We need old Mama Bear to wake up. Ready?
No, hold on.
Beautiful Lake Fork bass. Holly Keenan over here.
3 pounds, 12 ounces, 313.
313. I think that's what I already had.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna reweigh it then. Turn it back.
Again, if you're just joining us,
Might
all
as well
weights
reweigh it if it's the same.
Recorded officially in the boat.
Yep. 313, no help.
And released.
Didn't help. I had my drag loose from that last fish. Did you hear it? It just went zoop, like no hook in them. She looked like a 4 to me. She was healthy. I thought for sure she was a 4 or something.
A little bit calmer the last few moments for Lee Livesey. The size a little bit lower, but man, oh man, what we have seen from this guy today.
Unbelievable. Almost all of that weight today, besides one big one, on a topwater bite for Livesey. He said he got to look at a lot of these fish yesterday, blowing bait out of the water. We got to look at a lot of these fish, capitalizing on them all morning long. What an epic final day so far.
Oh, just one of the biggest one-day blowouts we have ever seen. Lee Livesey with just under a 13-pound lead over the rest of the field. That is just incredible, and he's far from done on this day as well. We will continue the saga of Lee Livesey and all the rest.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Hard to believe, but it's still early on this unforgettable final day at Lake Fork, but it will finish at some point later on this afternoon. We'll fill you in on that. We'll move on. We'll head from one great bass fishing place on all levels, state of Texas to the state of Alabama. The same is true there. Neely Henry Lake. First time ever for the Bassmaster Elite Series anglers on the famed Coosa River with their big spotted bass, hard fighting spotted bass. May 6th through the 9th coming up here. Again, 10 guys out here today fishing. Lee Livesey started back in 5th place, but boy, took care of that fast, Mark Zona.
You know, and one of the things coming into this tournament, so many fish were up spawning in these pockets, and Livesey was upset. He said, man, that really equalizes the playing field when they were spawning earlier in the week. But he said, make no mistake, this tournament will not be won that way. And throughout covering Lee in this event, he has been spot on everything he's predicted going into this final day.
Let's not overlook a great day so far. I mean, almost 20 pounds early on today for Patrick Walters, who is hooked up live.
When you get within 10 pounds of the Century Club, we could say it's within one hook set of being able to happen. This won't do
He
it,
hammered
but
it.
It's gonna cut the distance in half.
That sucker smoked it. Get it 0 and I'll come unhook her. I'm just gonna back us up so we don't get washed up on that point.
Patrick Walters literally fishing right across the creek from Livesey.
Sucker came unglued on it. Three 7. That's 5. That's 5.
The limit now for 2nd place, Patrick Walters. Rode out to the very first thing this morning with Chris Zaldain. Got to work and most excited about today.
And one thing to really watch with Zaldain, Livesey, Patrick Walters, Ronnie, you know this, as unbelievable as the footage has been so far this morning, the majority of the big ones that were caught late yesterday, they were really the first 2 hours and the last 2 hours of fishing on day 3.
Something special happens on Lake Fork in the first hour and a half of the day and the last hour and a half of the day. So you were exactly right, Z. We should see someone make an influential catch late in the day.
And everybody catching them early the first part of the day today, including 4th place Seth Fighter.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in here on FS1, we have seen giant bass caught, 9-pounders, almost 10-pounders on top water. And we've seen sometimes 2 at once, Tommy.
Yeah, sometimes 2 at once. This may be the first time for us this year, and we usually have multiple instances of this.
Come on, let's go, let's go.
Yeah, you sort of knew when that happened that we were in for a special day on Lake Fork.
Let me get out of here. When he went down and started pulling a little extra harder, I'm like, he ain't that bad.
Just landing too like that is a feat. Takumi Ito, 5th place right now. Great tournament for him. Got the 2nd biggest 5-fish limit of the tournament as it stands now.
And I thought it was very telling when Ronnie did, you know, best baits of the tournament so far, all the guys mimicking gizzard shad, threadfin shad, and a little bit of that with Takumi Ito throwing a crankbait. But what he did with a wacky worm earlier this week on a little 3/16-ounce jig head, Lee Livesey said, somebody doing something off the wall different than you see on Lake Fork could win this. Well, that's exactly how Taku has fished all week long.
15 3/4 pounds in the boat there for Takumi Ito. Quentin Capos started the day in 2nd place, started yesterday in 2nd place, and day 2 in 2nd place as well.
Yeah, and really gosh, you hate to say it, but like Brandon Card had a solid day yesterday around that 20-pound mark, but it was not pretty 20 pounds.
No.
It was not a quantity deal. It was a quality gig for Quentin Capo yesterday, and definitely fishing a similar way as we've seen with Chris Zaldain, Lee Livesey, a little bit more main lake oriented. Quentin Capo is going to definitely have to connect with some of those bigger ones that we saw on days 1 and 2.
Right after we went off the air yesterday, Chad Morgan-Taylor, who'd struggled mightily all day long, landed a 6-pound, 7-ounce bass to gain the top 10. 7-pound, 6-ounce, excuse me.
And then he followed it up, Tommy, right after that with another 4 and change and got him from not only being in 8th, 9th place into 6th and really having, you know, an 8-pound gap from the lead.
There she is. Come here, girl.
Very slow day for Morgan-Taylor yesterday until this happened. And really, Morgan-Taylor, as you guys just said, went off the last hour, which is the reason why he's fishing here today.
Wow.
Brandon Card, your leader since day number 2 for this tournament, to start every day.
Dang it.
Slow start yesterday,
Oh,
but got it done.
Yeah, it was flawless on days 1 and 2. Day 2, just a beat down. A lot of fish, big numbers, big quality. Yesterday, key 1-hour flurry, which accounted for most of his weight. Had a couple calls later in the day, but it was pretty much about 40 minutes where he got a school to fire on day 3 and painfully slow today.
Yeah, Tommy, his credit on the leaderboard only was 21.10 for Brandon Card yesterday, but he really caught about 180 pounds. But that was when he hooked himself. That's not legal to weigh in, but he hooked himself better than he hooked that bass for a little while there.
I think you're overestimating his weight there, Ronnie.
And I hate this. Young
I think
Kyle,
you are. I agree.
He might not be 180, yeah. Young Kyle didn't have the best performance on getting the hook out. And he hasn't texted or called me back since I kind of let him have it on live, and I hope he doesn't hate me for that.
Ronnie, it was, you know, we showed it earlier when Brandon Card impaled himself and they tried the braided line trick. It's not that hard of a trick to get those hooks out. It was the worst performance I've ever seen in my life.
And when it doesn't go right, it goes way wrong, and it's worse than the initial hook in your hand because now it's deeper because you just pushed it from a different angle. So, yeah. That's
Who wouldn't love to be put in that position the first time you ever tried on somebody you're on national television? Yeah, nice.
Yeah, it was not good.
First key, get in the same boat as the person you're trying to get the hook out, and then it gets
Always
a lot easier.
a great idea.
It gets a lot easier.
We'll look at him flashing out there.
No, stop. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Get that scale ready. Get that scale ready.
Small fish. Small fish is a 1-8.
Get the scale ready.
Patrick, not scared to tune up the Marshall.
They were in their school and they're freaking huge. 0. Look at that leg. My leg is shaking like a leaf.
I see that. All right. 5 pounds, 2 ounces.
5.2.
5 pounds, 2 ounces.
Let's wait one more time. You ready? Got a 0?
0. 5 pounds, 1 ounce.
5 pounds, 1 ounce. Perfect. Yep. Good to go. I can
Well,
take
Dave
it.
Mercer said it. This tournament is far from over.
No.
And that is starting to look that way.
cutting into that margin, that Lee
Get the
Livesey
scale
lead.
ready, Tommy.
That's a 3.5 pound
ready.
cull, and he's going to be within 3 pounds or maybe 2.5 pounds of the century mark now.
It just never stops out here. This day.
Just get the scale ready.
Yeah,
Get the scale ready.
Yeah, sit there. Oh, it's happening so fast. It's hard to wrap your head around all these. And they were pointing this, and you, Mark Zona, were pointing to this as the best day of the tournament, and it is certainly working out that way, much to the delight of 10 anglers and all of us here enjoying Lake Fork on a Sunday.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
We've been waiting for this day for a long, long time. Championship Sunday at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite on fantastic Lake Fork, and the wait has been worth it. What a display by Texan local Lee Livesey on this final day, catching 33 pounds in less than 2 hours to get this day started. Take a giant lead. Now Patrick Walters joining the fray in a big way. He's one keeper away from joining the Century Club as well. So we've got so much going on. We have seen so much. And Mark Zona, you put it to bed. There's going to be some curious folks out there taking a visit to those places where Lee and Patrick are operating out there today. They want to study the place, and they want to study how it's been done. And I know you've been watching and getting us prepared for this all week long. And add to us what you think are the pertinent things to know about these magnificent efforts we've seen on Championship Sunday.
You know, at least for the guys, Tommy, at least for the guys that are fishing points, whether it's points in Little Caney, secondary points, or main lake points, where this tournament has been dominated, it's matching the hatch. It's mimicking threadfin and gizzard shad, and really the progression of this tournament kind of started with crankbaits and jerkbaits like that right there. Big profile square bills like we've seen with Quitman Capo, Seth Fighter. And then you started to see the big swim baits, guys like Lee Livesey, guys like Chris Zaldain yesterday. But today it's been a progression with calmer winds, bigger topwater baits. And here's the best way to put it. Between Zaldain, Patrick Walters, Lee Livesey, we have got a heavyweight fight going into this afternoon.
Absolutely.
I thought this thing was done an hour ago. This thing is far from over.
Yeah, great point. So much left to go on this final day. Ron Moore, you're at the Screen of Knowledge, of course, and you've got some other dimensions to fill us in on here.
Well, Little Caney may end up being called Lotta Caney later when there's so many boats in there, but bringing it into the studio for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, and you have the best made plans. You know, you set your fantasy lineup hoping for the best, just like fantasy football. You have your wide receiver paired up with your quarterback, and if he gets over a 50-yard touchdown, maybe he'll get bonus points for your league. Well, that's the same thing for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. You get bonus points for catching the biggest bag of the event, the biggest single bass of the event, and also for being a leader. And we have these guys occupying that position. Takumi Ito, 33-3 on day 2. Clifford Perch, a 9-13 also on day 2. And then Brandon Card has led day 2 and 3 of this event. So he's got 2 days worth of leader bonus points. But Tommy, best made plans on making graphics. Sorry to the graphics crew, they're probably going to hate me for this, but we might end up with this at the end of the day. Lee Livesey with the biggest bag already, 33. It's eclipsed the 33-3 mark. He may catch a 9-14 at a certain point, and it's looking like he may be the leader at the end of the event. So if you had Lee Livesey, which you didn't go out on a limb there, he's the best angler on this lake, you're very, very happy with what you've seen the first 3 hours of Bassmaster Live today.
Well, I would say he's at least doing the work of 3 men out there. That is for sure today, and that may come true. Ronnie, that's remarkable.
Bruce, Lipke, Kevin, I'm so sorry.
Well,
that's probably the worst graphic we've ever done, but I loved it. I loved it.
Isn't quite gonna back off the throttle, and that is Patrick Walters on a school of them.
At least he looked big.
Gosh, and those fish are coming so shallow. I mean, that is maybe 1.5 foot of water where those fish are schooling.
So reminiscent to Micah Frazier, Brandon Cobb here.
I lost him. Don't worry about it.
2019.
I'm gonna tell you, he is fixing to light up that Marshall like a Christmas tree to get that scale ready again.
He was a 3-pounder. He wasn't 4. What's my smallest? A 3? 3.7.
And we have to
He would
remember.
have been close. He wouldn't have been.
He was beating Lee Livesey by a pound coming into today, so he doesn't have to break
I don't like how
33,
I'm fighting
34.
them.
He
Where
just
like
has to get close to
they
that.
fight for right when you hook them. Oh my God!
What a strike.
It went under the wave, and he ate it. That'll call a 3.7, baby. Let's go! Come on! Hold on. I got to unhook you. Give me some gray, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
High five after
you
hyperventilate.
We were zeroed?
Yeah, we're 0.
Give me something good.
Tuned up right now, man. I've seen this before
though.
with him.
How about 4 pounds, 10 ounce?
No.
4 pounds, 10 ounces.
Let's try 410?
410.
Let's get Nick in there!
Oh my gosh.
That got rid of that 3.7.
Hell yeah. They're big. It went under the wave. And it just, I was like, what the? I saw him just eat it. Let's go. Did I tell you they were going to need a top water? What are the freaking odds?
Oh yeah.
Settling into it, going to have to take some time to breathe, but Patrick Walter's on fire just as he won. Just as he did on day 1 when we were in the boat with him all day.
He held up the trophy in November at the end of the 20 season for 32 pounds and 14 ounces.
7-1. 7-1? 7-1. That's how you get started.
Everything's better in Texas, I feel like. When I drove across that state line on the way out here, I was like, man, I hadn't told Emily yet, but I feel like I could buy a place out here because I do like Lake Fork and I do like Texas. It was a good day. They kind of surprised me where they went to, and we stumbled on them this morning first thing, and I'm looking forward to going fishing tomorrow and this whole week, hopefully. Hopefully we can maintain this week. I know there's a lot of fish in Lake Fork. There's a lot of big fish, a lot of people catching them, so let's go see if we can go drop the hammer on them tomorrow. Thank y'all.
That's a freaking meat wagon right there, so give me some.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Well, in 6 days, don't miss the return of former heavyweight champion Andy Ruiz as he takes on rugged veteran Chris Arreola, plus a stacked card of Mexican firepower. It all goes down Saturday live on pay-per-view.
Yeah, I've already purchased that ticket.
Absolutely.
Take a look at our Cigar Rookie Watch right here, which really, coming into this tournament, boy, we have seen a lot of shifting. And the one person to definitely note, hats off to a great tournament, Joshua Straisner. But slowly as this season has wore along, Matt Robertson making big moves on that leaderboard.
Yeah, Matt's been showing up big time in his rookie season. Check in with last year's Rookie of the Year, another Minnesota, 2 of them in our top 10 here today. Austin Felix. Been working the shallow angle very, very hard this week.
What? We have started looking for them. Haven't caught anything yet. Haven't really seen anything. Wind's a little higher than I thought it would be. But the conditions should only improve as the sun gets higher. I'm in Little Caney Creek, and I mean, I know how many big fish are up in this creek. They like to spawn here, and it should stay clean. So I think it's one of my best opportunities to catch a big bag if I can find some good ones in here, and also probably warm up a little bit quicker. But so we're just going to spend some time looking around, see what we see. Throw a Senko around a little bit. Drive around until we see a big one.
Austin Felix still waiting patiently to get his day started. He's got to find, locate some good ones. Chris Zaldain located some good ones early on today. He's in third place right now, but boy, a good 10 pounds back of our top two guys, Livesey and Walter.
Giant! Giant! Oh, stay on there! Oh! Freaking broke off! Broke off! Gosh!
Come up for me one time. Oh. Hurts. Come up.
That was painful.
I don't even know if I'm allowed to snag my lure out of his mouth. I kept out my lure more than that fish. I'm not gonna lie. Oh man, that freaking hurts. Freaking 6 or 7 pounder, dude. I saw it. Oh my Lord, how did that happen? There's a bunch of stumps right there. Yeah, we're a little afraid. Yeah. It got me around a stump right there. Oh, bro.
And that is a point that he's fishing that there has been some giants caught this week.
Had the best day of anyone yesterday, and none of his days has he been catching big numbers, so a loss like that.
Wow.
So painful.
That sucks. That's 25-pound Seaguar Braze X. You do not break that stuff unless you're in nasty stumps like that one right there. Oh man, that freaking hurts.
Nothing to do for Chris but just regroup and get past that as best he can. While he does that, let's check out our Yamaha midday report. Catch you up on what we have seen today, and it's been a lot, Mark Zona.
Exactly. We really talked about how critical the morning, the low light hours are on Lake Fork, concentrating on the shad spawn, whether it's threadfin or gizzard shad. You better make hay in the first 90 minutes, and we got to see that with Seth Fighter catching 2 on one cast on a squealable crankbait. And Seth Fighter, like a lot of our leaders, concentrating on those main lake or secondary clay points.
No, he ain't that big at all. It was a boat flipping.
The one thing this time around, a lot shallower
just like that play off
than we've seen in years past. A lot of times when you kind of get to Lake Fork into May, into June, a lot deeper, 15 to 20 feet of water. Not the case this time around. About 2 to 5 feet of water. From there, Chris Zaldain, just like Seth Fighter, starting off with a bang, a 4, and then a 5-pounder. But man, I am not going to lie, that last one is going to hurt Zaldain.
That's one.
16 pounds and 13 ounces in the boat. Boy, he had a chance to put it right up there in the 20s. Again, you just gotta forge on. Know that they're there and write it off as bad luck.
Been living with a glide bait, Mag Draft swim bait. That was the last big one for Chris Zaldain up in the Little Caney. Patrick Walters starting off a little bit slower pace than usual. But boy, he has caught up in a big hurry. And it's the guys that have transitioned today, Tommy. If you really look at Patrick Walters starting with a jerkbait like we've seen every day of this tournament. Taking a spill right there. Grab some wood, boy. But really, when Patrick Walters transitioned to that topwater bait, that's really when things turned around. Your leaders, Patrick Walters, Lee Livesey, it's that bait transition showing these fish something different than they've seen all week long. Good morning for Patrick Walters, who is absolutely still in this tournament.
He's told us all week long, I'm around him every day, big ones. Today, as you say, cracking the code, figuring out the right changes to make at the right time.
Yeah, and really changing areas. We've seen Patrick Walters at the bottom end of Caney, kind of to where it meets the main lake. And it's an area that he sat on back in the fall, a little bit deeper back in the fall, but really throughout this tournament, Patrick Walters has lived there. But going up into Little Caney, right across from Lee Livesey, it was a topwater performance, the likes that we have never seen on Bassmaster Live.
A weight like that on topwater. Lee caught one on his very first cast. Usually that's considered bad luck. Not the case this time around.
No, yesterday he got to look at a lot of those fish and he really just couldn't get to them. Repositioning this morning on that little island in Little Caney and catching absolute monsters. And that island, here's the thing, that island is not a secret. Makes a big point, a big bar off the south end of that island. Lee Livesey absolutely destroying them. And after the first 2 hours, you thought, man, this guy is going to run away with this. But no doubt about it, this one's going to go down to the last hour.
Playing right into our hands for sure. 1 through 4 on camera with you right now. Lee Livesey in his limit. A 7.6, an 8.15, and a 9.2.
Wow. Z, you saw the big gallery around Livesey, and they're cheering on every big fish catch. Brandon Card is a mile up, and he can hear it. How demoralizing has that got to be? He's there going, they must have caught another big one.
That would not be fun.
Oh, there he is on that other to the left.
Man, Brandon Card just yesterday was shaky. You could tell yesterday all day long with Brandon Card. Very, very shaky. Coming off of days 1 and 2, flawless performance. It's almost like all of those big ones have moved out of the back of Caney, of Little Caney, kind of that island area where you see Lee Livesey, and right across from him, Patrick Walters. Guaranteed, Patrick Walters is hearing the exact same stuff because he's not far from Livesey at all.
We'll show it to you again soon, this giant flotilla of boats that have assembled to watch Lee at work here.
And he has sat on that bar all day long. Guaranteed Chris Zaldain knows that last one that he lost, boy, that's hard to rebound from, because he fills his limit out with a fish that size, that caliber, and backs it up with a clone. He is absolutely in the mix to win this tournament.
Absolutely true, man, oh man. Lee Livesey again, for the ages performance in the first couple of hours of fishing today, but believe it or not, Patrick Walters closing the gap on him right now. Patrick Walters, one keeper away from busting the 100-pound mark, the century mark. So many great stories out there today. Such a big day on Lake Fork.
The Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkeley.
Well, we have had more magic moments, jaw-dropping fish catches, and there's still 5 hours left worth of fishing on Lake Fork. At the end of those 5 hours, 4 p.m. Eastern Time, that's when the weigh-in takes place. Coming up from Texas, our host city, right there in Dave Mercer. Jason Christie won it last time around, jumped over the Red River into Texas and won it. Now, we got a Texas guy and a South Carolina guy locked very, very ever closer at the top, Mark Zona.
Absolutely right. This tournament far from over. Taking a look at our Humminbird Unlock the Lake. Tommy Sanders, get ready for this. You ready? Those are all of your 5-pound or bigger bass caught in this tournament. Man, hats off to Texas Parks and Wildlife. They have built a true jewel here on Lake Fork. But here's the one thing I can tell you. You could see not quite as many big ones caught up the lake. Boy, if you're taking a trip to Lake Fork, stay below that 515 bridge, and you got a pretty good shot at catching a giant.
Oh, we would be remiss if we were to forget the Marathon Peak Performance Award as well, Mark Zona. I don't think at this point, although there's good competition, you got to hand it to one guy. I think we know who that is.
Man, and we said coming into this championship Sunday, your Marathon Peak Performance, you did not want this guy creeping around, hanging around the top 10, because he would absolutely gamble on this final day. And really, his gamble has been locking into one spot, one little bar off that island. See his Bassmaster Marshal, Holly Keene, all fired up all morning long. Your Marathon Peak Performance really is Lee Livesey adjusting his boat today, a little different area on that little bar from where he was at on day 3, and an absolute beatdown. Lee Livesey doing most of his damage with a topwater bait all morning long. And here's the other scary thing, Tommy. Lee Livesey made some huge calls late yesterday. It'll be very curious to see how long Livesey stays on that bar. Well, that is your Marathon Peak Performance. Not of the day, but of the week. Look at that 1 hour of fishing right there.
Oh my gosh, all that work, and like we say, still 5 more hours of fishing for our 10 anglers out there today.
Is it fair to say this has been the most exhausting 3 hours of Bassmaster Live we've ever done, and we've done about 9,000 of them?
We have had a year's worth of highlights in not even a morning of fishing up here. No, you can't wrap your head around it. It's just been phenomenal to witness.
Unreal.
Yep, are you ready? It is about 10 o'clock. We got 5 for 33 and some change. We're about to make a move. I can't sit here all day. I want to. I just caught one that helped a little bit and saw another big one with it and had another bite, but the wind's blowing out of the south hard, and if I sat here all day and didn't catch anything else and I lost, I'd regret it, not moving around. So I'm gonna make about 5 more casts. I'm gonna reposition, throw on the outside with a big glide, see if I can fit in one of these points if Patrick's not on them, and then we're gonna go running points around the lake where I think I can catch a 7+. We need 2 more 7+s to make a run at this, I think. You know, you never know here. So that's kind of the game plan. We're gonna fish around here for another 20-30 minutes on this point and another one, and then go run as much stuff as I can on the lake. That's it. And catch 12 pounds.
Well, there you go.
To his credit, I mean, not taking anything for granted here.
I want that one that missed it to eat it again.
You catch him like that, you think maybe I've stepped away from the field, and he knows that's not true.
He's got a 4
pound. He said he was very, very disappointed throughout the week that he did not catch a 7-pounder. Well, he has done that, and I think he just made the comment, boy, I really need to go find a 12.
Patrick Walters looking for that. He needs what he caught on day 1 in 8:14 to tie.
Well, the locals here they're serious about their sight fishing. And trust me, a lot of the guides, this guy right here is serious about seeing them. Killing it with the fishing ski, the ladder.
Oh, man.
Bringing it. Absolutely bringing it. That is a true Humminbird bird's eye view.
Making it himself, making his own bird's eye view.
That's the Roland Martin rule. He did that years ago, and it was banned from Bassmaster competition.
Yeah, and here we need to actually say on Bassmaster, that does not look remotely safe right there. We do not recommend anybody putting a ladder on the deck of their boat, especially if they're fishing alone.
Number one, no ladders on stairs, no ladders on boats is number two.
Oh. Yeah, that would have sucked. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You just kind of had that vibe with Lee Livesey coming into Championship Sunday that he knew yesterday he got to look at a lot of those big ones and absolutely capitalized on them. And Patrick Walters absolutely still in this game.
And a little context on Lee. This is our third stop here for the Elite Series in 3 years.
A new fresh bait.
And he has not performed up to his standards here. Not at all. And this is important to him. Chris Zaldain just lost a big one about 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, oh yeah. I got a ton of them in my garage.
Well, Chris just is also upset about losing that bait too. He wanted to figure out some way to reel that thing back in, which is, you know, that's Chris. He's fired up on a technique and he is all in.
Hi, Chris.
My. Woo! Let's go. Damn. That's number two.
No way to describe what we have seen today, but so glad that you have been with us this Sunday morning.
Fork, that's for you, baby. Straight
to
out of
enjoy
Texas.
one of the greatest all-time championship Sundays we have ever seen.
Today is absolutely what the Bassmasters is all about. And as always, Lake Fork is truly the star of the show every time we come here.
Don't forget the weigh-in coming up, 4 o'clock Eastern time. We may have to settle this one by ounces, and the coverage continues. Absolutely, over on Bassmaster.com for the rest of this event.
Finally.
Thanks again for being with us with the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
I want to welcome in all our viewers that have been enjoying the incredible action on FS1 all morning long. Lake Fork, legendary Lake Fork, all week long. We have talked about the legends and why this lake legendary for 2 reasons. Innovation, it's brought techniques like the flutter spoon, the Senko, long line here, strolling to the bass fishing world, and also legendary because it's big, giant fish. And we saw one of those legendary mornings go down this morning, and already one angler has joined the Century Club. Longview, Texas's Lee Livesey got it done early and often. But what we saw this morning was truly the magic that makes everybody travel to this great state of Texas, East Texas, the home of the crown jewel of Texas Parks and Wildlife, 27,000 acres of bass-filled paradise. And Ronnie Moore, this is the days that guys like us dream of. I mean, a lot of days we got to do a lot of talking, but today's one of those days where the lake can do all the talking.
Exactly right, and it's actually pretty warm here in the Bassmaster studio, so the cardigan of confidence is off because the action is so hot on Lake Fork. Lee Livesey, not only did he break 30 pounds in the century mark, he did it before 8:30 a.m. local time at Lake Fork, less than 2 hours after takeoff. That is incredible, and now we have Patrick Walters right there below the century mark. Can he do it 2 years in a row, and will he have a shot to win back-to-back events here on Lake Fork? It's been an incredible morning, and it's one of those deals. If you don't catch them, you could drop real far behind real quick.
Well, your Toyota midday report, let's sneak it in there. And speaking of sneaking it in there, 2 fish at a time. That's right. Seth Fighter doubling down. I mean, you can catch them one at a time, or why not just two at once, and that's exactly what he did. But that just gives you a tiny glimpse onto what makes this lake so special. Those brief windows where you literally disrespect giant bass.
The first hour or hour and a half here on Lake Fork every morning has seemingly showed us something special. Patrick Walter's giant bag early on day one. Then you have 9-pounders getting caught in the morning each and every day of this event. Seth Fighter catching 2 at a time. Not surprising here on Lake Fork, especially with the big baits these guys are throwing.
Big baits, big bites, and the big gun from San Jose, California now makes his home in Fort Worth and is out dangerous one. Once again, knocking on the door here on Championship Sunday.
Stay on there.
He is one of the, if not the best, big bait master on the Elite Series. Zaldain, big swim baits are his deal. He's not swinging for the fences out of the norm. This is his normal way of fishing, especially a place like this.
Zaldain every single time. He's able to, not just Zaldain, but every angler on the Elites. When you see an angler, we saw it with Christy at our last event. We saw it with Gussie earlier this year in Knoxville. When an angler's skills and specialties match up to a fishery, magic happens, and that magic seems to happen a lot with this cat right here. Our defending champion, Patrick Walters, set the biggest margin of victory the last time we were here, and he's trying to defend his title on Fork here again.
You know, Walters sent me a text this morning and says, hey, do you mind if I come and stay at your house and knock out 4 hours on my way home? And I said, as long as you bring a trophy. And he said, I'm gonna do my best. And he has had a great day, probably the best day that we've seen this morning, except for Lee Livesey. We haven't had 30-pound bags this early on a day yet, and Walters is right at the door of that as well.
All week long, we've kind of talked about it, and some people have scoffed and laughed at it, but I've said, man, we have not seen the true magic of Fork. This lake literally makes you disrespect giant fish. I mean, you go to another body of water, fish for hours and hours, and you finally get a 5 or 6 pounder, but here it can happen so quick.
3-7, baby.
It really, when you think of it, there is very few fisheries that you can get it done as quick and as big as you can get it done on Fork. And speaking of Fork, from Longview, Texas, Lee Livesey literally laid the lumber here on Championship Sunday.
Finally.
Might as well just lay out and watch these highlights because it was truly speechless what he did this morning. We saw signs of it yesterday, catching a couple 3s and 4s with big ones blowing up, and we said if only he could get those big ones to bite instead of the 3s and 4s, and that's what happened this morning.
Yes! Oh, yes! Bigger than 310.
Lee Livesey, a flotilla of anglers watching it all go down. And a lot of anglers where they kind of scoff at that and don't want that. He wants it no other way. The minnow bucket literally emptied out onto Lake Fork this morning, and Lee Livesey put on an absolute show. Let's join Lee Livesey live.
Yep, tell me when. It is 10:10. We're about 5 casts from leaving this joint. We're gonna start running around the lake and see if we can catch a bass. I'll throw this old glider up there about 5 times, see if I can catch one. What you doing there, old tricks? Seashell stuck in my old tricks. But we need some big ones. We need a couple 7+s. I could sit there and catch 2, but I don't know. I'm gonna go swing and go running points with big baits and see if I can find another group of big ones. I need a couple 7+s. Morning update at 10:10 Sunday. Hope I don't hit that guy on my bait.
You don't need to pay attention to stats or anything, Ronnie. Hearing Lee say that, it shows you. I mean, nobody knows this lake better than him in our field, and it shows you just how special this place is, man. He is saying he needs a few more bites because he knows what can happen like we're watching right now.
Not huge. Ugh. Stay. Yeah! Whew. Not huge, but a post-spawn female. Ah. Whew. Zero? Freaking crushed it. And let me just wait for it. Hold on a second.
4 pounds, 5 ounces.
4 5. Woo! 4 5. 4 pounder. So here's the thing, they're all post-spawn fish. I mean, I've been targeting pre-spawn fish all through practice. I had a lot of pre-spawn bites, but as far as active feeding fish go, these big post-spawn females like this, I mean, that's only a 4 pounder. I mean, a month ago, that was a 5.5, 6 pounder. But they're actively feeding. That's the thing, is you could actually trigger them to bite. So, awesome. That's a nice one. 5, 6, 4, yep. 5, 6, 4, 9, 6, 14, 4, 5. Heck yeah. Dude, that was awesome. Like, smoked it.
It came back and hit it the second time, didn't it?
Yeah, you saw that. Dave's paying attention. Yeah, I kind of got a piece of it. Or maybe it was another one.
Question coming into this tournament, will we have a Century Club? That is no longer the question, Ronnie. The question is, how many Century Clubs will we have? The guy who joined it last time, Patrick Walters.
Walters currently with 98 pounds, 14 ounces for the event, only 1 pound, 2 ounce from breaking the century mark. He has 27.12 on the day. His small one is a 4.2.
There's a drop off on the other side. That's a giant.
That is a giant.
5.4 will get it done.
Let's get there, baby! Yes. The freaking little one missed it and it went underwater. Yes. I've never seen fish this big where the spook disappears.
And zeroed.
You zeroed?
Yes, sir.
A 5.4 will cull 1 pound, 2 ounces.
You can barely get it in there.
That'll be the century mark.
Keep it out. There you go. 7 pounds. Come on, give me 7.
I've got 5 pounds, 5 pounds, 5 pounds, 15 ounce.
Are you sure? Is it kind of zeroing around it? 5.15?
It's bouncing between 5.14 and 5.15. Want to do it one more time?
Yeah, dude, that's a long one. She's postponed though.
Yes, she is.
And just like that, our second century belt, and it isn't even noon.
5 pounds, 14 ounces.
5.14 is what we're going to call that one. 5.14. It is locked on that.
Ooh, it went to 6. Ooh.
It's wherever it settles. 5.14.
5.14. Yep, I agree.
5.14.
Big old post spawner.
Yep. That puts you over the mark.
God, I love this place. Smells like money. Thanks, Mama. 5.14, yep. I agree.
Marcy, not only is it century mark, but it's the second time in 6 events that he has eclipsed that. Anglers have fished their whole career on the best lakes in the country and haven't been able to get it once. Walters back-to-back times here at Lake Fork.
There is one Lake Fork. I mean, literally, you start putting the lists out there. That's what makes this a bucket list location. 2 anglers over 100 pounds, and it's not even high noon.
And that actually moves Lake Fork past Lake Gunnersville for the most Century Club marks hit, with now 5. Brandon Cobb, Garrett Paquette, Patrick Walters, Lee Livesey, and Patrick
With
Walters.
a fish this big, you got to basically penetrate bone to get that hook in there. So it's best to keep them hooks sharp. I've never seen them eat a spook that good, where they like engulf the whole thing. I mean, it goes under a wave, like it was under water, and he freaking just sharked it.
And as if that isn't impressive enough,
Trey, I mean,
just say this to yourself.
I said top water, but I wasn't thinking top water like this.
That event that we talk about over and over in 2014, he is still 9 pounds behind Combs's 3-day total, and he's got 5. I mean, what we're watching is earth-shattering. But when you put it in those terms, it just shows you how special this place is, and that's why so many amazing minds in this bass fishing world work so hard to make a way to have a pro-level tournament on this incredible, incredible fishery, the crown jewel of Texas parks and wildlife. And man, we are seeing the jewels come to the top here today on Championship Sunday. Lake Fork is firing in a big, big way. And Lee Livesey, although many said it was done, better not rest easy, because an incredible, incredible fishery. And you see right there, Ronnie, look at that. 2 over 100 pounds, and it's not even noon.
What an incredible lake, what an incredible field of anglers. And now we still have a ball game. They broke the century mark, but we still have a battle at the top for who's going to take that blue trophy home to them. Lee Livesey may drive it 10 minutes down the road. Patrick Walters wants to take it to the low country, South Carolina.
Welcome back to Championship Sunday here in beautiful Quitman, Texas. And that sleepy scene right there, right over those trees, lays one of the most legendary fisheries in history. But we have a battle on our hands, and let's have a look at our Skeeter Boats Angler of the Year watch atop that leaderboard. 1 and 2, both in our top 10. You look at Seth Fider and Patrick Walters, and Ronnie, it doesn't get better than that. Both guys battling that out here on an incredible, incredible fishery.
Both of them in the top 10. They've been in the top 10 multiple times this season. If you're in the Angler of the Year hunt after 5 events, you have done your work in the first half of the season. I mean, 4 events after this one, and Walters and Fider are going to duel it out for most of those as well.
All right. Well, we caught 5 fish today so far. Been a decent day. You know, we just wanted to kind of change things up a little bit and just kind of have fun and just enjoy the day. And we've kind of stumbled across them. This is where I actually lost my biggest fish of the day yesterday, and I caught a 5 and a 4. And just, I wanted to start here, but kind of glad I didn't. You know, we've actually got on a different bite today. We've been throwing jerk baits and a glide bait a little bit. And this morning we started on that main spot, and a giant just blew up, and there's been no surface activity. So I said, you know what? They might bite a topwater today. And we kind of picked that topwater up, and it's been going down ever since. So we get the wind kind of crashing in here. I think we got the moon coming. There's more shad spawning that I've actually been able to visually see. I think fish are coming and fish are going. And we're just at the intersection waiting on a couple meat wagons. I don't think we got enough to do what we need to do yet. They're going to catch them today. I mean, I just know that for a fact. We've just got to, I think if we can get 2 more true giants and have one of those amazing days, we can make something happen. We got to make up, I think, about 6 pounds, so we got to catch them.
Patrick knows it. He's had experience here, and what he experienced last year was so rare for this fishery. I mean, to be the only one that was over 100 pounds and to be literally walking, did not need to fish the final day. He knows that this time around, it's not like that. They all left this morning knowing they're going to have to catch him.
Yeah, he was 6 pounds down, and he has made that deficit up over Brandon Card overwhelmingly. But he's still 3 pounds down to a guy who was right behind him in the standings, and that's key to note. Yes, Lee Livesey has 33.5 pounds. Walters has 29.5. Walters had a 1 pound lead over Livesey, so he doesn't need as much as him, just that, you know, within 1 pound range to possibly win this event.
And now for something completely different.
Finally.
Let's check in with Austin Felix.
It's a nice one. I'm coming in. Open your mouth. Got it. Got a dang cull hole in both sides of her. Yeah, kind of skinny. What do we got?
4-2.
I'll take it. Golly. Well, we got our first 4 pounder of the day. 1/5 of the weight of 20 pounds. 4-2.
You know what that is, Ronnie?
An inconsequential
That's like-
fish.
Yeah, that's like going to the candy store the day after Halloween. I mean, the chocolate bars just don't look as tasty as they once did.
For an event that was setting up to be a sight fishing event the whole time, very few of our anglers have survived after 3 days to make it solely on sight fishing, but Felix has, and so is Chris Johnston. Those guys are still in the hunt today, but definitely, Mercer, farther behind than they ever thought they'd be.
Got to keep an eye on is in the bottom corner there. Man, can't overstate. I mean, Sideshow Billy will tell you, 25 to 26 pounds is easy to catch on fork right now. It happens quick, and that is still all that Card would need to catch him. He came into today with a 7 pound lead over Lee Livesey, and even with everything we've seen, this is not over.
Sounded like I put a hole through the bottom of the boat, and I looked under there, and it's just like a chip. It chipped the gel coat. So Skeeter, I'm gonna pay you a visit after the season.
He is hooked up
in
now
September.
too. He only has 4, so this will go straight to his total.
There's your hair jig fish. You ready?
Ready. 212. 2 pound, 12 ounce.
212.
I want that Marshall's voice as my ringtone.
Wake up.
And I'm not second guessing what he's doing, Ronnie. He very well may win this tournament doing exactly what he's doing. But I've been saying it since yesterday. It's kind of screaming. It feels like that is moving away from him. It feels like we need to see Brandon Card make one of those historic Bassmaster switch-ups. Just totally change it up to something different this afternoon if he's going to win this tournament.
Yeah, we really started to see his pattern maybe peter out a little bit yesterday, And after rotating a couple spots, he'd put a couple fish in the boat here, a couple fish in the boat there, return to his main area, which I believe he's at right now. Was able to salvage the afternoon, made a key coal late in the day, put him from basically 11 ounces in the lead to 3 pounds in the lead. So it's so hard not to go back to the well and try it once again on Championship Sunday. But yes, an adjustment possibly, maybe fishing free. And that's the one good thing about this, uninfluenced. This is his game plan that we're seeing play out, what his heart and soul and gut is telling him to do. He's not getting influenced by what someone on the water saying that, you know, Lee Livesey has 33 pounds. None of that. This is what he wants to do and how he thinks he can win. And we're watching that play out, whether he does or not.
Well, it's early yet, and a lot of those boats have coolers in them, so I wouldn't say that somebody isn't going to rip past them on a wave runner and yell stuff at them.
Also, if he happens to pass Lee Livesey and see about 57 boats near him, and it's only been 29 boats the last few days, might tell him a little something as well.
Really kind of what makes what Patrick did last year stand out so much. I mean, in all the events that I've covered here, you don't win surviving. And not that Patrick survived last year, but, you know, statistically, he didn't need to fish the last day. And that never happens on Fork. People that win on Fork, that's what makes it the home run derby of pro bass fishing.
Come on.
You got to swing. There's no bunting on this puddle.
You're gonna be real pissed when they all get here and I roll out.
I am real glad that Lee is fishing. For a split second there, I thought we were seeing something we shouldn't see.
God, I can't believe that fish missed it. They don't miss this bait like that. They might bump it, but he didn't bump it. He hit it. It might have been, sometimes the little ones will hit it like that, and it just doesn't get in their mouth right, so. It's time to give them another taste, though.
Ronnie, I brought it up yesterday. I started talking about it, and then Brandon Card got impaled by the hook, and we all kind of just left that. But when you think about it, I said it in the open, this lake is responsible for the Sanko, the giant flutter spoon, long lining or strolling. I mean, so many innovations to the bass fishing world have come from Fork. And my question to you is there another lake that can say, you know what I mean? Lots of lakes have brought innovation, but that much different innovation.
I don't know one off the top of my head. I mean, there's a lot of great lakes, and they are the list, the Century Club list: Falcon, Clear Lake, Amistad, Santee, Gunnersville, Fork, Okeechobee, Kissimmee. Those are the places that have had Century Clubs. But Fork definitely has something special here. For as much pressure, how small it is compared to those fisheries, it is incredible. Livesey hooked up.
Livesey hooked up.
I think he's gonna help.
He's got a 4 and a 4-1 are his smallest.
Yeah, ain't gonna help.
Maybe you just answered that question, Ronnie. The pressure. Pressure is why all those techniques have come from here. You're forced to fish different because of the pressure.
That's a really good point.
Well,
freaking heart rate got up right there, though. That's for sure. See if there's another one in there with him. That's right where that other one missed it, though.
over to our other Century Club member, Patrick Walters, or as Ronnie calls him, Patty Walt.
Patty Walt.
the shorts got just a little bit shorter here for Championship Sunday.
He's got a swagger back.
Come here, baby. No, 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 no. Here she comes. Watch out, Trey. I needed an inch more. That was terrible, but we got her ass.
Tailed it like a sandwich.
Something might happen today, son. Something might happen. Oh, be heavy, B7.
He has two 410s that are the next ones to call.
Our landings are looking terrible today.
But you know what? Really.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Get it a little bit higher if you can.
0.
There you go. She's 6 though.
I've got 6 pounds 5.
6. 6 5.
6 pounds 5 ounces.
Just let's go. Come on, baby. Thanks, Mama. You're a good girl.
Cold at 410.
A friggin' meat wagon, son.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Welcome back to Quitman, Texas, Lake Fork, legendary Lake Fork, the land of giants. And it is living up to its name just when everybody thought, uh-oh, it's over. Along comes our defending champion, Patrick Walters, is now the second angler inside the Century Club, and it's not even noon yet.
He broke it, got up to 100 pounds, 10 ounces, and just culled up to 102.5, 1 pound, 5 ounces behind Livesey.
The ironic thing about the name of this lake is, I mean, the last thing you can do is stick a fork in this tournament because it never, ever ends. And it here's my prediction, Ronnie. This might make me sound nuts, but those two are not the only guys that are going to be fighting it out by the end of the day. This tournament is really coming down right now to one bass, and that is the 9-pounder that Livesey caught this morning. If Patrick catches a 10, never mind Brandon Carr, Zaldain. If Zaldain doesn't break off that fish, man, this tournament is really the most exciting tournament I remember in recent history.
Something might happen today, son. Something might happen.
The uncertainty of Championship Sunday, is it going to be tougher than the first 3 days? Is it going to be a change in weather that fires them up? And today, that wind direction change has those big fish feeding. Incredible. Topwater. Seeing 9-pounders on topwater. That is incredible on Lake Fork.
And you want to talk about a tough blow to take. Started second place today, Quentin Capo. I'm hearing from on the water, the area that Patrick Walters is catching him right now, that's where Capo started this morning. These guys are cycling areas, but Lake Fork is always about timing. And man, it worked out on the right side for Patrick Walters so far.
It looks very familiar to a couple of the topwater blowups we saw from Quinton Capo yesterday, that point that Patrick Walters is on. And that is what Quinton emphasized to Zona on the phone each night. I've got 8 to 10 spots, but it's all on timing. If I roll up at the right time, make the right decision, which basically says, hey, I don't know necessarily what I'm doing, but that's not the case. It is timing. We just mistimed it a little bit this morning.
Timing everything, and this is our Humminbird bird's eye view. Gives you a good idea of the area that Zaldain is fishing. And man, those long sloping points have been a big player in this tournament. Staging fish where everybody said it was all going to be about the sight bite, and I still think that'll play. It's really played into the hands of Chris Zaldain and the way he truly loves to fish.
Yeah, so we're on a kind of a, I'd call this like a C spot where I think I weighed 1 4-pounder here, but I have to check it because, I mean, generally when the shad spawn's full swing, this is one of the spots that goes off first. So I'm kind of throwing in some of these spots that aren't like, you know, my main squeeze type areas, just in case, you know, the full moon triggers weird things, and I'm checking spots that have been no good in the last 6 days I've been on the water. But, I mean, I'm checking these just to see if they just happen to show up, because things happen quick around full moon and post-spawn. But I did catch 1 4 here. I saw him chasing here, you know, one day, but again, it's all timing. I feel like, you know, like instead of like a topwater or something like that where you're chasing schoolers, I feel like the big swim baits, mag draft and a glide bait, can really pick off a lot of bigger fish that are just hanging out off and aren't really chasing. They're just hanging out in the little pockets around these shell points. And I feel like these bigger baits trigger those fish, although there aren't any shad, you know, being chased on the surface or whatever. So we're just gonna keep on running these points like this. Again, this one is just kind of a secondary. It's not a part of the main program. But we're gonna keep on keeping on. I think I've got 2 other points we haven't hit yet. And then we're gonna start the rotation all over. And that afternoon shift is a deadly one because they go off afternoon, it seems like, on my spots anyways. Yesterday it was like that. I had a couple huge culls yesterday. Got off to a great start this morning. That's a tree. So let's get this unhung and get to it.
Zaldain, synonymous for big baits, big bites, but also taking big risks. And man, this morning could have been a whole different tournament. Let's watch this.
Stay on there. Oh, freaking broke off. Broke off. Gosh.
Come up for me one time. Oh. Hurts. Come up.
Painful, painful loss for Chris Zaldain here on Championship Sunday. But man, still a lot of time left to fish here on the final day of this absolute home run derby of professional bass fishing here on legendary Lake Fork. Let's have a look at our leaderboard, Ronnie, and you see right at the top, 2 over 100. My question to you, are they the only 2, or will we see more today?
Chris Zaldain still has 1 more to fill his limit, and it only needs to be a 7. I think we do. I think we see a 3rd person at least join it, and Brandon Card still has a chance to upgrade as well.
Be able to follow the action all day long. Lake Fork continues to heat up here at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite, and the one thing we have learned to rely on, the one guarantee we can count on here on Lake Fork, is a giant fish, and it did not let us down here again on Championship Sunday. Already two over 100 pounds at 103 pounds, 10 ounces, and 102 pounds, 5 ounces, and it's not even noon yet. The question is, how many will there be by the end of the day? And don't forget our day 3 leader who went into the day with a 7-pound lead. An unbelievable tournament, Ronnie. I mean, can we have every single tournament here on Lake Fork? And I know a guy that would agree on that. It's probably this dude right here. The gun show, Quinton Capo.
Having his best career elite finish, no matter where he finishes in the top 10 today. Great 3 days of fishing to be in second place.
Oh, just smoked it. Got him. Come here, baby. Stay down. Stay down.
Again, keep in mind he is 4 pounds on Lee Livesey at the start of today.
Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Boy, he's fighting. He's only got one hook, too. Come here. Come here. He's barely hooked. Oh my gosh. Zero.
Scales are 0. 5 pound, 9 ounces.
5-9. There we go. Come on. 3 more bites.
Go get him.
3 more bites. Thank you for staying hooked up. I know exactly. That landing job was awful. Awful. But she's on the board. That's all we care about. Oh my gosh. You don't even know this. You don't even know this. Come here. Come here. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me?
What in the world?
I don't even know. I don't even know.
What?
Oh my gosh.
This isn't a replay.
That just happened.
It can happen quick here on Lake Fork.
A 5.9 and then followed up with a
5'10".
5'10".
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? 2 more bites. Thank you so much. If you want to just go right there and stop, I'll try to throw at you again. Jeez Louise.
Now that's a rule this week, Mercer. If you're sight fishing and you catch one off the bed, you cannot try to catch that fish again. But if you're fishing on a point and you catch one, and you happen to catch one that's the same size, you don't know if it's the same fish or not.
I don't even know, but for good measures, let's try to get the backlash out. I thought I was hung up in the power pole.
And it was in the mouth too. It's crazy.
5'10" on the second one.
Ronnie, we talked about these guys cycling through spots. Sideshow Billy Lawless is on the water right now. That's where Lee Livesey fished this morning.
No way. Oh
100%. These guys are cycling through spots, and Fork is so much about timing.
Fish right there followed the other one in and was just hanging out by the boat. Seriously. Oh my gosh. Come on, 2 more bites, baby. We're back in this thing.
Let's look back at what happened there, Ronnie, because really, you know, some things I don't understand. And let's see. Okay, so he releases this fish, right?
Gone.
Picks up his rod. That was a what, 5'9"?
5'9".
Landing job was
sitting there talking about his backlash and landing job, and
fish just swimming down.
Getting his backlash out, flips his crankbait
on the board,
burning it back.
Oh my gosh.
Thought he was hung up
You
in
don't
his
even
power
know
pole.
this. You don't even know this. Come here. Come here. Oh
And
my
watch how the
gosh.
fish,
Are
the
you
fish does
kidding
not
me?
fight.
I don't even know. I don't even know.
In the mouth as well. It's not like it was snagged. It was in the mouth.
Gosh.
Incredible.
I mean, fish don't know. Their brain can.
I don't know.
Miscommunicate.
That
It's
just
like
happened.
swinging a piece of pizza past me. They swat at it. But did he? Look, I want to hear it in comments from people. Did he catch the same fish, or is that just another fish similar size? Regardless, it's legal and it's phenomenal.
He said his theory was maybe it followed it to the boat when he pulled the 5'9" off the spot.
Thank you
and he
so
just
much.
pitches out to the end of the boat to get a
You wanna just
backlash
go
out
right there
and
and
hooks
stop.
one in the
I'll
mouth.
try to throw at you.
Watch everybody for the rest of the day that catches a fish or hooks a fish that close to the boat, and watch how that fish fights versus Sleepy Madoo.
Without words. Moves Quentin Capo from down 8th, 9th place possibly into 4th with 3 5-pounders today.
And how many? And that's 3 fish in the boat.
Yes, 5'6", 5'9", 5'10".
And he's sitting in 4th place, 2 still to fill with his limit. And he can catch the same fish 7, 8 times. But we've already proved he is. And double down Capo.
13-1 behind seems like an insurmountable, never have a shot to come back in an Elite Series event on the final day. 13-1 is a 6 and a 7, and we have seen over 150 of those get caught this week.
I don't want to sound like that guy, man, but I've learned on this body of water, as soon as you start thinking it, stop it. Get it out of your head, because, man, this is the same body of water that took this entire tournament away from Jason Christie. He led it since day number 1, led Big Bass, led everything. And Brent Naylor in the last 10 minutes caught a 10-pounder, took it all away from him. Big Bass, the overall tournament. This tournament is far from over. Our time together here for a little while is over, Ronnie. But, man, I'll be back, and it's going to be fun to watch it go down at Marathon Studios, because Lee Livesey is atop of the leaderboard. We got 2 over 100, and the rest of the crew are chasing them down. Don't turn away. The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
So now we start into the final half of our championship Sunday here. This Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork, and Mark Zona almost feel guilty for what I've taken off of the buffet table today. What we have seen has just been an overload, a total overload.
Well, the broadcast that was on FS1, no doubt about it, was one of the most exhausting Bassmaster lives we have ever covered, because it was an absolute beatdown at the top of that leaderboard. Honestly, that was some of the best footage we have ever called together, Tommy Sanders. And like we said before our midday break, this thing was far from over, and that is exactly what the next 3 hours is going to show us.
Yeah, it has been nothing but getting tighter and tighter for the last couple of hours. And Patrick Walters, who started out hitting a few singles, then started hitting some triples, then a grand slam. And this is a notable fish here for one particular reason.
Yeah, this is a very notable fish. This is the one that got Patrick Walters for the second time in a row on Lake Fork over 100 pounds of bass.
Come here, baby. No. Here she comes. Watch out, Trey. I needed an inch more.
Did he tail that like a saltwater fish? I think he tailed that fish.
Something might happen today, son. Something might happen. Oh, be heavy, B7. God, she feels thick. Our landings are looking terrible today.
Dude, it's so awesome.
Get a little bit more. There you go. She's 6, though.
I've got 6 pounds 5.
6. 6'5". 6
We've got to show that landing later on. I don't think we've ever seen one.
No, we've not. No, that was like he was.
We're like a little bear paw.
Yeah, grabbing a little permit out of the water there by his big tail.
Come on, baby. Thanks, Mama. You a good girl.
Patrick Walters, defending champ, making a heck of a show today.
Oh boy.
Leader to start this day was Brandon Card. He had been comfortably in that position for a good while. Tight at the top with Quentin Capo. A little bit slower today for sure.
Well, it's been even a slower morning than yesterday. I'm just jumping around though. The 3 places that I want to fish, there's nobody else fishing them today. So it gives me a little bit of freedom to move around more. But yeah, we just got 5 little ones. We obviously need to catch some weight here pretty soon. I'm just, waiting for one of these places to turn on and, get a nice flurry going. Yesterday we had 3 flurries and a lot of, slow time in between. So it's just that there's not many schools out, and they're just obviously the hammer hole that I had, I've leaned on it pretty hard, and these other 2 schools I've been sharing with multiple guys. So it just kind of makes it tough after they get pounded for 4 days. But I'm seeing fish. I'm definitely seeing fish on my graph. They're still here. I don't know if they're the ones that's been called or what, but it's been tough to get them to go today to fire. But they could start biting at any time. I just need to get one good one to react, and then get back in there pretty quick afterwards, and see if I can catch several in a row. That's kind of been the deal, is just catching several back to back to back.
B&W trailer hitches
So we're just going to keep plugging away. We're staying really optimistic, and you know, obviously I've caught really big fish out here, and so I'm just staying positive, just trying to have fun and just focus on every single bite.
Well, hats off to Brandon Card. Put together a flawless day number 2, which was a something to witness there, and has been hanging in there ever since. He'll have to mount something pretty amazing this afternoon, but like he says, it can happen very fast.
You know, really, in his day, too, was the demise of a lot of anglers. When we had that front push in, day 2, obviously, was where a lot of weights went down, where you saw even some guys that are fishing today, you know, caught 15, 16, 17 pounds. See Lee Livesey leaving Little Caney, starting to fish a lot more Maine Lake-ish oriented points.
Lee Livesey, who absolutely, you pointed out what this tournament was going to be at the very start of things on Thursday, and so it did. Lee Livesey, the guy who won the first home run derby of the day today, early on.
Yeah, and if you're just kind of tuning into Bassmaster Live, the story of this event coming into day 1 was how many fish were up spawning, where a lot of this field got kind of sucked into that sight fishing game. Some of them still fishing here today. You've got Austin Felix, Chris Johnston, who've been looking at them all week long. But Lee Livesey, before this tournament, before there was one cast made, he said, no, this tournament will not be won that way. There might be some good stringers, but this tournament will be won offshore. And fishing offshore this week has been very relative. It's a lot of the guys are fishing offshore, but not far off the bank, not very deep like traditional post spawn when they get out to the ledges. And Livesey really called this tournament before it started. Livesey been rotating through a glide bait, a big square bell. Most of his work earlier today on FS1, top water bait. And I'll tell you the other thing with Livesey and young Patrick Walters, they're going to be the story for the next 3 hours on Bassmaster Live, no doubt about it. But the bites that we got to see earlier, the phenomenal. But here's the other side of that, Tommy. They landed them. Yeah. You're throwing a bait that usually you got about a 75%, if that, catch rate, you know, bite to land. And they were about at a 90 to 95% land rate with a topwater bait on giants.
Yeah, and that's
Quitman
phenomenal.
Live.
That's a good one.
Capo hooked up again. Interesting couple of catches leading up to this catch for Quentin Capo today.
Stay hooked up, baby.
Oh.
Yeah, we have one.
Hoy.
This is a 9-pounder. We have one hook.
We have seen 2 giants lost here on the final day.
Chris Zaldain, a fish that had he landed it, he would be within a small keeper of our 2 leaders right now. That's how important that one was. Striker Daily Trivia now as we head toward a break now. How many spots did Patrick Walters climb in the Angler of the Year race after winning at Lake Fork back in 2020? Did he climb 6, 8, 11, or 13 whole spots after winning here at Lake Fork? He is our defending champion. We'll be back with the answer.
The Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
Well, we knew today would all be about the importance of a 30-pound bag. We got the two 30-pound bags at the top of our leaderboard right now. We'll get into that a little bit more deeply in a moment here. But we got to deal with our striker daily trivia here. One of those guys with a 30-pound plus bag, Patrick Walters. How many spots did he climb last year, 2020, in the AOI race after winning at Lake Fork? Z, what do you think about that one?
We actually talked about that during the event. 100% C, 11, Tommy.
11, okay, sounds good to me. Ronnie's in absentia right now, and Such knows the answer already, so why don't we take away those wrong answers?
Actually, no, I'm going to go B.
There you go. You got
wow,
it.
you just, what a great misdirection.
He started the
play
event
right
11th, got 100 points.
Threw
jumped
us
up to
all off.
Third place, only 11 behind Mark
It's
Wemmer.
magic. It's just magic.
Yeah, and this is hard. We've seen 2 times today big fish losses, and in a tournament where a 9-pounder could have literally...
Oh.
And that was a 9-pounder for Quinton Capo. Oh, boy. Oh. And here's the weird thing. It doesn't matter if you're from California, Oregon, or France. I see a bass like that, Tommy Sanders. I say to myself, I got something in common with that person.
No.
Looking at Quinton Capo earlier today, evidently this was at our break, and we're watching this for the very first time. Rain on the scarecrow, blood on the plow.
What?
Quinton Capo lands this fish, okay? And it's a good one. Evidently, I believe it's a 5-pounder. 5'9". Okay. Now watch here, gang. Lands the fish, gets it weighed. Throws his crankbait back out to...
You don't even know this. You don't even know this.
And
Come here.
catches a 5'9".
Are you kidding me?
What?
I don't even know. I don't even know.
Gained an ounce.
That's your power pole replay of the day. I'm not sure what really happened right there.
No.
But that's what this tournament has been.
Oh, it has been the wildest, craziest thing ever. And today, everything is 2x that. It's been just completely nuts all day today.
I can see him, they just ain't biting.
And if that fish was a 9-pounder,
Man, it's frustrating when you can see fish
Bass
on
Track
your
math,
electronics and you can't get them to bite. Hey.
it would only have been fish number 4 for Capo and had him within
I'm throwing
4 pounds of
everything
the
but the
lead.
kitchen sink at him too. Crankbait, jerkbait, hair jig, swim bait, scrounger, spinnerbait. Pretty much trying it all.
So hard to start any day of the Bassmaster Elite Series
It
in the
is.
lead. Oh my gosh, Brandon Card. Getting a full run of emotions, getting the full adult portion this week at Lake Fork. Here's a good overhead view of Chad Morgan-Taylor working close to that.
And Chad's day, eerily similar to yesterday. We're kind of just grinding through the day. Couple missfish earlier today, like we saw yesterday with Morgan Taylor, and most of his fireworks actually when we were tuning off Bassmaster Live on day 3.
Caught a 7-pound, 6-ounce after live ended to get inside our top 10.
Beautiful day, most stable weather we've had all week, all tournament long, I should say.
Yeah, and that wave that guys like Drew Cook, Drew Benton saw earlier this week, Greg Hackney, vocal about it, that came up and locked on. Boy, that has That has not come back. I mean, don't get me wrong. There was some great stringers, especially on day one. They got picked off beds pretty good the first day of this tournament. But a lot of people, us included, thought with the weather that was coming today that a Morgan Taylor and Austin Felix, Chris Johnston might make a big move, but that has not happened.
Yep, people who ought to know told us, more than one of them said, look out for the single day record. Look out for 45-2 early on in this tournament. Just, boy, it's just a fine line between an unbridled rush toward the banks and some little quirk in the weather and the conditions. Moon phase just makes it sort of lose steam, lose momentum.
Yeah, and you almost feel like, as much as we've talked about Livesey walking us through what he thought might happen in this tournament, you kind of feel like that little cold front Tuesday and Wednesday played right into his hands.
Livesey, if you're just joining us, got a 1 pound 5 ounce lead over Patrick Walters. It was a giant lead earlier today, and Patrick Walters went to work. And hats off to Patrick Walters. He had a great day one, and then just cut in half on day two. He could have said, "Hey, not my week, not like last time." Boy, he just bared down. He doubled up on him.
And we saw that with Brandon Cobb here this time of year, basically a week later in 2019, when he had 30 pounds on day one, had 14 on day two, and then had his giant 37-pound bag on day three and got to coast to victory. This week, though, might prevent Walters from winning, having only 15 pounds or so on day two. And he's lucky to have that. He was sitting at 10 at 1 o'clock.
It was a dismal day two.
6-pounder, he's got the lead. He needs a 6-pounder to call out a 410.
Walters also, we mentioned it, joining the Century Club with Lee Livesey this week, but Walters did it last year as well, becoming one of only 9 anglers to have multiple Century Club belts to their name.
Yes.
9 all time.
9 all time. Right. 32 have done it, and only 9 have done it more than once.
Wow.
That's big.
You know, and really watching, if you watch Patrick Walters on stage, whenever he does an interview, Tommy, Ronnie Suits, you guys know this, very put together, very well spoken, high and tight. But when he starts catching them, he sproings. Like he
psycho
literally starts sproinging.
Oh, he goes on tilt fully.
It goes from perfect sentences, making sense, to run-on sentences and 0 sense.
Well, you remember when he caught his fish that got him over 100 in November? He flipped his glasses off.
Yeah, he gets adrenaline poisoning, I think.
He summed it up perfectly. His landings today have not been the best, and he had that one that coiled up within a pound, 5 ounces of the lead. Had to grab it by the tail because it was about to swim away.
As Tommy has so eloquently put it through the years, squirrel juggling razor blades a lot with Patrick Walters. Awesome. I saw a cool photo. Todd Walters, Patrick Walters' dad, mom here at the tournament, traveled to a lot of the events. Very cool.
That's one thing I will honestly say on Bassmaster Live that gave Patrick a bad rap in college was how supportive his family was. Anglers don't have that. They don't have their parents traveling to events to support them. So it almost gives them a sense of like, well, he's got that, why don't I have that? And it created people who were jealous of Patrick. But my parents came to events and supported. They met you, Tommy, at the takeoffs.
That's right.
Having that kind of support back home is the reason that Patrick can go full bore into bass fishing the way he has at such a young age and be so successful. It's incredible and awesome support.
I went to all of Hunter and Jacob's college events, and Tommy, you know this. I would tune him up like Bobby Knight.
Oh, gosh, yeah, absolutely. Throw a chair at him.
Todd's been known to tune up Patrick.
Ronnie, I was completely jealous of you when I met your parents. Let me just say that.
You should have saw my dad's hair, the flames I had on my motor. It was great.
Yeah,
was
this
awesome.
Ronnie kid, you know, him and his parents.
Yeah, him with those parents walking around like a
Well, that isn't the Moore family.
Lee Livesey, Patrick Walters on top with a couple of giant limits of fish here on the final day, Championship Sunday.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
We are out here live with 10 anglers who have earned the right to be here on Championship Sunday, and boy, that is worth something. Another day to get to spend at Lake Fork when it's in this position, this part of the year. Possibly the best day for fishing we have seen all week long. Lee Livesey, Patrick Walters in an epic battle at the top of the leaderboard. Chris Zaldain and Quentin Capo a good ways back, a lot by virtue of some key misses on their part. It's part of the drama here as well. There's so many stories working. Back out to Chris Zaldain. B&W trailer hitches on the line as he prepares to...
Yeah, so we back to our spot where we've had our biggest bite, and I don't remember if I got two here or just one, but it's another, you know, shad spawn type spot. The year Cobb won a couple years ago, I started here every morning. It's like when they show up here, it's really, really good. I just hooked a big one right there, right up that seawall, about 4 feet in front of it. I saw it, turned it, and it was that long. So they're still here. My two small ones are 4-pounders, but I don't have 5 yet. The goal today is just to keep hucking the big wood like this and go for a mega bag. We need over 30 to have a shot. Gosh, that was a good one, dude. Bite it again.
So that is 2 big ones. Zaldain has broke one big one off and had a giant turn on his glide bait a couple minutes ago. And if you tuned in to Bassmaster Live yesterday and you really kept your eyes on Bass Track on day 3, really now till weigh-in is when some of the mega bags started to grow yesterday. Higher the skies got, water temp would warm up a little bit on these shallow points. Really now till about 3 o'clock was the best bite yesterday besides that low light first hour.
All 10 of our anglers have until 3 o'clock for check-in.
3 Central. Yep.
3 Central, excuse me. Yeah, 4 Eastern.
Yeah.
They lost about an hour and 20 minutes on day 2 because of the storms that were coming through for safety-wise, hail, high winds. Pulled them off at 140.
You get a little positive asterisk by your century, on your century belt.
Yeah, you did it.
Right? You did it on less
2 hours less day, yeah.
Yeah.
Really been cool to listen to Livesey's thoughts throughout this event. We've talked about it all tournament long, but really one of the other things is that he said this time of year is when it really sucks on this lake. And yet he's posted over 100 pounds. And he said that on camera, Tommy. He said, you know, this is not an active feeding time of year when you have this many fish spawning.
Bites on a glide bait, man.
He said, you see this place 3 weeks from now, it is unreal.
Throw a bait this big and get this many bites on it. Whoa, go. Oh my gosh, they're chasing.
Boy, how'd you like to be the marshal and get cracked with that piece of wood behind the head? Sorry.
I'd have a helmet on. So have a helmet on right now.
Those chasers, the ones that are busting are like they look like the 3 and 4 pounders. And the bigger ones are always like underneath, it feels like. Seems like. Let me try this thing again. It'd be awesome to get one of this.
He is one of the best to watch with big baits whenever you watch Chris Zaldain. And it is obviously a high risk, high reward gig the way he fishes.
A Lake Fork lull right now. Livesey hasn't landed a upgrade in 2 hours. Walters had his flurry more than an hour ago.
And we've seen that. We've seen that every day. That lull. But you just feel like this one's not done. We kind of thought it the first 90 minutes.
Yeah, we did. Walters got on his horse and made this thing a horse race for sure.
Absolutely.
Like you said, there was a big fish caught yesterday afternoon. Morgan Taylor to get in our top 10 with a 7.6. Livesey had a 6-pounder late. Get up to 25 pounds.
Zaldain, the last 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they'll bite that all day in front of one.
Chris Zaldain fully qualified for the 21 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic that's coming up. And his
right down
where
the
he
road.
makes his home.
Yeah.
Fort Worth.
Definitely spent a lot of time at Ray Roberts before the cutoff period where you're not allowed to fish before the Classic starts. Just getting, even though it's going to be totally different in June, just navigating, knowing the creeks as well as you can. He definitely put in his work. He's been so close at a couple Classics and would like to, if he can't slam the door on a win today, he'd be okay with winning that one.
You think? He'd love it. I think he told me when we had the switch in dates that he didn't know the names of the creek arms yet, but he's going to learn them.
Oh, yeah.
He posted some pretty incredible stringers that he caught when he was snooping around.
TH Marine Weather Watch, 68 degrees, little cooler than predicted. Should be up mid-70s by now, so still got a little east in that south wind.
It's funny to see how yesterday and today, I mean, these are as post-front conditions as you could get, and still seeing 30-pound stringers caught in a post-front tells you what kind of a lake you're on.
Oh.
Gosh, that one he lost earlier is going to be costly.
Be right there.
Yeah, I would 100% believe we'd have 3 anglers over the century mark.
Yep. Yep.
No doubt.
Like you said, not much more than a month till we head back to Texas to Ray Roberts, and as you mentioned, Chris Zaldain has spent some time on that spot and has some thoughts on it.
The home lake curse is something I'm trying to dodge. I now live 45 minutes away from Lake Ray Roberts, so during the Bassmaster Classic, I want to claim the home lake advantage, knowing how to get around that place. It's very treacherous, but I don't want that home lake curse. So we've already been doing our homework for Lake Ray Roberts, and it's going to be an awesome event come June.
Chris Zaldain on our upcoming World Championship.
Come on.
Matt Herron.
When they move in, it's crunch time.
And its earlier incarnation of what formerly here was the Toyota Texas Bassmaster Classic.
And I guarantee you that Zaldain has learned a ton. We talked about it earlier this morning, that Zaldain has fished here with Livesey and years past, just out here goofing around, kind of learning what to look for. But it's been awesome to watch your leaders work where, man, it's so hard in a tournament like this where you hear there's thousands of them spawning, and man, your leaders, they might have gone up shallow, but when we say that they've gone up shallow and looked around, it's like for 11 minutes and instantly back out fishing this way.
Walter's trying to scope out his next one, find another big one to add to that impressive total that he has already so far. And here's your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake again.
If you're taking a spring break and you're going to Lake Fork, you look at our Minn Kota Unlock the Lake. Up lake this time around, yeah, there was some 5-pounders caught, no doubt about it, but boy, when you get below the 515, you cannot stress it enough, or around just Little Caney in general. Those are your 5+ pounders that have been caught this week. Yeah, you can definitely see there was a common theme throughout this tournament, really, on the outside and on the inside of Little Caney. That has been the biggest player that was your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake.
Insane number of 5-pounders for sure. Hard to get your head around. And we have got a tight race at the top and plenty of time before this thing is decided. Lee Livesey Patrick Walters locked at the top.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork. We are down to a championship Sunday at this Guaranteed Rate event. What a great one it has been, and they saved the best for last. A giant, a bombshell day for the Texan Lee Livesey, who works here at Lake Fork when he's not on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Patrick Walters, the defending champion from 5 months ago, right here on Lake Fork. A battle royal, far from over yet. Chris Zaldain, Quentin Capo, and all the rest doing their best to give chase and somehow keep in touch with those two leaders.
Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. And looking at that leaderboard, Tommy, 4 anglers over 90 pounds already, a couple more close to 90. 90 is a huge feat in itself. That hasn't happened that many times. And 100 pounds certainly hasn't happened that many times in the last 20 years. We had, in the 5-fish era, 4-day event of Elite Series, 46 times in the last 20 years that the Century Clubs happened. A lot of them happened at specific events, but Lee Livesey adds his name. He is the 32nd Bassmaster angler in history to eclipse the century mark. Patrick Walters doing it today, just a little bit after him, becoming only the 9th angler all time to do it more than once. So kudos to Patrick. And he's done it more than once, and he's done it twice in the last 6 events. That's the funny and crazy thing about that. But as we get to Rapala Fantasy Fishing, I've got to take a little bit of humble pie here and give out some kudos to some people, especially in our Bassmaster group. You know, as an employee of Bassmaster, you can't win the prizes that we are offering, because that would be, you know, insider trading, insider knowledge. We can't win that.
Sure.
But we still got to give out the pride and the, I guess, the bragging rights. And our main man, Bruce Aiken, head CEO of Bass, crushing the field of anglers or of players in our fantasy group. He's sitting at 98.7%, 500th in the world. Kudos to him. But he has the opportunity to give away his big lead at Lake Fork this week. Dalton Tumblin, one of our photographers on the water, has Lee Livesey. Bruce Aiken does not. So today's big move by Lee, the bonus points in the biggest bag, is going to give that to him. And going to give some more kudos about Mercury Drain the Lake, our new game mode, selecting 8 anglers. Once you use them, you can't pick them anymore. An eliminator survivor pool. And our social media savant, Emily Hand, our social media manager and director there, has picked the best team. And to be honest, Z, you can look at them: Combs, Zaldain, Pipkins, Blaylock, Cox, Hudnall, Walters, and Yellis. She didn't burn that many anglers for the second half of the season, the Northern Swing or anything like that. Just a great team overall for Mercury Drain the Lake, because that is a big-time strategy-based game. You know, that
Ron, real quick. Yesterday, you hit on something. Fat Boy had a real good team, and I have been up all night long wondering how he's performing right now. Fat Boy.
Hey, Fat Boy set the tone. He was right there, had a big lead on a lot of people, and I think yesterday, Fat Boy hung tight. He did not lose too much of a lead overall. I'm mired down. I'm not even going to reflect on my picks, but I had a good week going until day 2 happened.
You know, back to Bruce Aiken. If I was Bruce Aiken, I would load up on those prizes. Forget all this ethics phoney baloney.
You didn't see the fine print at the bottom. Those are mine. Those are mine.
Worked hard to get where you know.
Don't think he's not. Big Bass Stages and Dreams.
I don't know how big it was, but it looked huge. Oh my God. Stay on. She's barely hooked on the nose. Need you bad. Oh no. Oh my God. Oh. Whew. Barely hooked in a weird spot. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, what a bass. Oh my God, 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 what a bass! Yes! Yes! Give me one more. What a bass! Top water. Yes! What a bass. Freaking pink. Oh my God, what a bass. Oh my God, and I saw her just come up and, whoo, I was watching it. She said, oh my gosh, there's lunch. Back to shaking instantly. What a bass. You ready, Holly? Jump down here in the bottom. You ready?
Yells at 0.
Oh my God, what a bass. Bigger than my other one, I think. Nope. How's that not bigger? 814.
814?
814. Oh my God, what a bass. 814. What a bass. What a freaking bass. My God, what a bass. What a bass. Look at that beautiful bass. Let's see if I want to reweigh. I thought this one was bigger than my 9. Must not be as long.
It's kind of chubby.
Yeah.
Short.
That's exactly what it is. I'll take that all day
Pre-spawn that
on
fish
top.
is.
Beautiful Lake Fork pre-spawn fish. Woo! What a beautiful bass. Yes! Oh my gosh. Fired up right now. Flip-flops out of here. Oh my God, what a bass.
38-6 for 5 fish. Absolutely, man. One of the best performances we have ever covered in 20 years together, man. Tommy, I've not seen anything like, and landing them on a topwater bait.
Yeah, yeah.
That helps.
Landing them all.
I knew she was hooked weird, and it ended up being good, but just like in her nose, you know? What a bass. This spot paid off. Oh my God, I've been here 4 times, I ain't caught one yet. Give me a total when you got it. 38-6. Oh my God.
Awesome.
Oh my God, I'm about to die. Oh my God, what a bass. I don't know what to say, but oh my God, what a bass. That's it. They're gonna have to say that or block it out or something, I don't know. Oh my God. Give me another one, give me a 7. What's my small, Holly?
4-1.
He lands a 7. He could top 41.
What's my small one,
get
Holly?
in the top 5 all-time biggest one-day bass.
Wow.
I'm going to say the number, Z. Don't laugh at it. If he catches a 10-14, that's the all-time record. It's the all-time record, though. A 10-pounder on fork. No one's caught more than him, probably.
With what we've seen, it's like it might happen.
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
Why not, Lee?
Got a 9-2, a 7-6, an 8-15, an 8-14, and the 4-1.
Came at it.
I can't even fathom. I cannot even fathom the party at the Minner Bucket later on today.
Oh my gosh.
Boy, your power pole replay of the day, high and tight. I mean, he has gone off on Lake Fork like Joan Girard on Talladega.
What a bass. Oh God, what a bass.
Lee Livesey,
Oh God, what a bass.
living with the top water 99% of the day, said he saw a lot of big fish yesterday on that little island in Little Caney. Executed on it today. Left that spot. Went back to an area right here that he had hit 4 or 5 times this whole week and not caught one. And just lands another one just under 9 pounds. That is your power pole replay of the day. Tommy Sanders, fair to say, That's been the power pole replay of the decade, watching what Lee Livesey. Here's what Lee Livesey has shown us. Exactly what he knows on this lake. That's your power pole replay of the day. Unbelievable.
100%. If you ask any tournament angler to draw up his perfect fantasy day, if he could have any day he wants, it would very much resemble what we've seen with Lee Livesey today.
What a bass.
I mean, an 8.14, an 8.15, a 7.6, and a 9.2, and his small is a 4.1. It's not even, it would be eaten by his second smallest.
Yeah.
Top Brandon Cobb's big bag, 2019. And he's 6'3" at top Walters.
Listen, the probability, and our viewers are as hardcore as they
You
get.
at least had it in the frame, you know? It was just right there in front of me.
The probability of landing those fish is so slim on that bait.
Yeah, I feel like it was just to the right. She just came up like from her side and went, whoop, like a dolphin or something. I don't know, it was weird. I don't know if that was a bass or a buffalo that jumped over there. Got us another baby whale. Straight up, got us another baby whale.
I just got a message on Instagram from one of the guys in Lee's flotilla that knows where he's probably going to rotate to next, and says he may catch a 10-pounder when he gets there. He's waiting to leave.
They may just be getting going here in the afternoon bite here.
The lull is over.
Let's think about this. This could be plenty more to come from Lee Livesey. Absolutely incredible stuff today.
Wow.
We are so ruined. We are so spoiled watching this stuff that is taking place on Championship Sunday.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
The land of legends, big fish, and no whammies, always delivered here in beautiful Quitman, Texas. Lake Fork, what a lake location and what a championship Sunday. Look at it right there, 108 pounds, 8 ounces for Lee Livesey, and Patrick Walters behind him with 102. And I've said it before, and I gotta say it again, unbelievable, Ronnie Moore. What do you think of this derby?
Every hour goes by, we're like, how can it get better? And then another 8-pounder eats a topwater lure at Lake Fork. Incredible. That now moves him with 108 pounds and 8 ounces, moves him into the top 20 all-time for Century Club weight-wise.
Remember way back in the olden days? Way back, just turn your mind way back in the black and white days of yesteryear, when Brandon Cobb was walking away with this event. Or not Cobb, Card, yeah, sure.
I still remember when Cobb walked away with this event too, so you're right.
That too.
Pretty good old hit there, ball was.
I said to go back.
There he is. Yeah. He wanted that swim bait deep. Little McGill swim bait action. Ready?
0. $2.13. 2 pounds 13.
2.13.
His Marshall sounds like every single school teacher that yelled at me, Ronnie.
Such a tough day for such a stellar 3 days for Brandon Card. It's one of those deals where, are you running a pattern or are you fishing spots? Yes, Lee Livesey is fishing spots, but a pattern is overlapping what he is doing and rotating. Card may have found the best 3-day spot with his hammer hole, but it has not provided today.
All of these anglers in our top 10 deserve to be celebrated. But a guy who came in today with another big top 10 finish, Chad Morgan-Taylor, a 2-time Bassmaster winner.
That one's even a better one. Ooh, he chased it out of there. He's gonna bite.
Good job, man. What's this keep coming in here?
Huh?
Like, what's this keep coming in here?
Yeah, he didn't care for that at all.
Gill is ready.
Well,
Notice how you rig that too.
Four in the boat for Chad Morgan-Taylor here on Championship Sunday. And let's go back to the star of this show. The man who has laid the lumber all day long. Longview, Texas's Lee Livesey.
What's that? Need an update? Let me get this cast in before I catch another 9-pounder.
Please do.
It is 12:18. We got 38 pounds, right? And we got a 4-pounder, so anybody can catch a way bigger bag than me, but we got to catch a 7+ pounder, and we're gonna have a shot for real. We just got a beautiful 8:14 or 8:15 or something on top water, way out in the middle on a flat. So we've got, 2.5 hours to catch a 7+. I'm gonna fish this for about another 5 minutes, and then I'm gonna go back where I started, fish back there, see where I can fit in, and then run 4 or 5 other points right before weigh in, and see if I can get a 7+. I need to get rid of this 4. If we can get close to 40, we're gonna be hard to beat. Oh my gosh, what a bass. Oh my God, 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 what a bass! Yes! Yes! Give me one more. What a bass! Top water. Yes! What a bass. Freaking tank. Oh my God, what a bass. Oh my God, and I saw her just come up and, I was watching it. She said, oh my gosh, there's lunch. Back to shaking instantly. What a bass. You ready, Holly? Jump down here in the bottom. Ready?
Yes, it's real.
Oh my God, what a bass.
What you hear there, Ronnie, that's Lake Fork, man. Like, listening to him talk about how he still needs another one, it reminds me of the late Mark Pack, Kelly Jordan, one of the founding fathers of this event, and now Lee Livesey. You grow up in these parts, you fish this body of water, and you know never to take your foot off the pedal.
With all the weather changes and whatnot, 40 pounds is still so possible. He has a 4-1 paired with 2 almost 9-pounders, a bona fide 9-pounder, and a 7.5-pounder. Incredible.
Got him. Ouch. Big old swimmer. See if we can trick one in real quick. We're going to throw this about 5 times. We're going to roll. Go back to Little Caney.
He's going to do it. He's going to get 40. I mean,
What do you call it if we call it a dirty 30? What's 40?
Freaky 40.
Freaky 40. Yeah, filthy 40, something like that.
B.A.S. would that have been for sure.
Filthy 40, freaky 40.
Whatever he wants to
word
call
rhymes
it.
with it. A forkin' 40.
There you go.
Watching Lee Livesey and Patrick Walters right now, obviously both over 100 pounds. And man, you look at the difference between what they have done today and and again, celebrating great finish here by Chad Morgan-Taylor, guys like Brandon Card, but it's a whole different ball game.
At the boat. I am going to come up and try to eat that sucker right in front of the boat. I couldn't see how big it was. I want to say it wasn't that big, but
What is happening with Patrick?
Let me get my bait back. Thank you. If we don't catch an 11-pounder now, that was our good deed of the day.
Good deed of the day. Mercer, I think that turtle was going to die upside down if Walters didn't flip over there.
It's like watching Donkey Kong. I mean, you flip the turtle over, you get all the coins.
He's going to go back out and try to catch a 10-pounder.
There's the boat again, man. Not again, but yeah. I mean, when I set the hook, it just went. Yeah. Like when I felt it, I looked down and I saw just a flash of where he was. I couldn't tell if it was a big one or a little one.
With how this day's gone, I mean, you just watch these guys, and we constantly fight the urge of giving away the title before it happens. But man, I'm going to tell you, I'm not talking about how this tournament finishes, but we are going to see some magic because, as you said, statistically, Ronnie, all week long, I mean, the first 2 hours and the last 2 hours are when all the magic happens.
For whatever reason it is, whether it's the sunlight, it's warming, it's a great time of year, but the afternoon always seems to produce something big. We saw 4 or 5 of our top 10 anglers make crucial calls in the last hour yesterday. So today, I don't see it being any different. It's just that the morning was so much better. And we want to say, yesterday morning was good, but it wasn't great. And I think that's because that the heavy storms, the hail possibly, the high winds from the night before, it hadn't had enough time to settle out. And once that sun got up midday, we start to see some crazy things. And now this is the second day of consistent weather in the spring, which is what you want.
Card had a 7-pound lead on me, I think.
Well, we've seen a lot of these guys catch some giant fish, Ronnie. We really have, especially both those guys. It's just downright greedy today, I feel. I mean, let's talk to somebody different. Let's have a B&W Trailer Hitches on the line with Chad Morgan-Taylor.
Big one right there, folks.
We are live, Lake Fork, a little stingy this morning, but we know what can happen late.
Yeah, I could slid up here to sight fish and see if I could go ahead and get me a limit. And I've seen some new fish come up. It's amazing what's happening right now. But I'm going to have to leave and go back this afternoon to my primary area and see if that bite's turned on. Matter of fact, it's 12:30. I'm pretty much getting ready to go. I'm looking at about a 4.5 to 5 pounder right here that I'd sure like to have. And oh, she's kind of sticking around too. I don't know. I mean, they're swimming everywhere right now. There's new fish coming in. There's old fish that are still here. It's a little bit crazy, to be quite honest with you, and it can be. Yeah, she's a good one now when there is. And I just kind of blurred her up. She hadn't locked on though. She must have just showed up. I've been down this trip the second time now, and she wasn't here before. So, and there's 2 more right up here that just wouldn't play. So, yeah, it's been slow. It's not been what I'd hoped for or what I really even expected, to be quite honest with you. But we're gonna keep our head up and see what we can make happen this afternoon for sure.
Your update with Chad Morgan-Taylor. Now we get a glimpse of the first Canadian ever to win an Elite Series event, Chris Johnston.
Looked a couple times, but hasn't in a bit. I might have them in the side. I feel like I do. Might be releasing them. Yeah. It's a big one. We're gonna look and see how big he is. I'm almost positive it's not.
Again, sight fish have to be hooked in the mouth.
Get out of the timber. Yeah. In the back. It's a good one. That's what we were after. Hooked outside the mouth.
And his marshal is one of the founding fathers of this event, Dave Terry. So trust me, he will bust him if there's any rules broken.
Yeah, Dave, that one would have been huge for him. Only being 34 pounds behind, he would have totally cut it down to such a considerable margin. It is unreal. We said today, could 8th, 9th, or 10th come back and win? Probably not. But if you're a leader, you can fall to 8th, 9th, or 10th because they're catching them so good this week.
And on behalf of all the Canadian tournament anglers that have had their skull caved in by the Johnstons, you know what? He looks good with a 34-pound deficit. I'm just going to throw it out there, okay? Kid wins way too much. Lee Livesey at the top of your leaderboard with 108 pounds, 8 ounces.
The Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota, Powerful, and by Skeeter Boats.
Welcome back to what just may be the greatest championship Sunday in Elite Series history, an incredible day so far. But just 3 years ago, our tournament leader was a rookie. And with that, let's have a look at our Seagar Bassmaster Rookie Watch. Atop that rookie leaderboard, you see Joshua Strachner, Ronnie, and we say, it feels like every year we say it, man, what a crop of rookies.
And we normally say it maybe drumming up drama or complimenting our new anglers, but 6 of the top 9 are inside the Classic cut. That is incredible. Normally you see maybe 3, 4, and the top 2 are running away with it. It is anyone's ball game still, 5 events into the season.
Well, speaking of rookies, you know who I miss? I miss our reigning Rookie of the Year. Sleepy Assassin, of course, all the way from Minnesota, Austin Felix, and let's slide over and visit with him.
The day's been less than ideal. I haven't really found anything worth stopping on. There's 2 on this bed. They're not that big. I just wanted to catch a couple of fish, and they seemed really interested, but now it's been 20 minutes or more, and I haven't hooked either one of the dang things. So I'm probably gonna give it another minute or 2. And then we're going to head down the bank. Nice thing about being in 9th place is you can only really fall 1 position.
Especially weighted balancing pajamas, you can see.
Keeping him grounded, good footing.
He's known for that.
Damn it.
Now let's look at almost half of our field out there today. 4 box, Chad Morgan-Taylor, Patrick Walters, Brandon Card, and the Angler of the Year leader coming into this event, Seth Feider.
He's out here with her. Now he's going back.
Officially, half our field is in this 4 box now, it seems.
If I keep her away from the picture, I might. If I keep her away from the picture, I might be able to get him to go. He's tightened up again. Oh, he does not like that thing rubbing on him.
Ronnie, quick story on the irony of angling. You mentioned Dean Rojas's record earlier. A number of years ago at this very event here on Lake Fork, it was in jeopardy again. And of course, that was in 14 when Combs had 42 pounds. I cannot reveal the parties involved, but I was present when one media member called Dean Rojas to get a quote. You know, how do you feel your record could go down? Yeah. He promptly hung up the phone and said, it doesn't matter because it's a catch, weigh, and release event, so it doesn't matter. A story which is entertaining, but both ironic. Back over to Austin Felix. Ronnie of the afternoon.
About time. That's the male. Unfortunately.
Zeroed out. Two, 4.
2, 4. All that for 2.5 pounds.
Unbelievable, man. I wish we had a Wayback Machine so we could see what our reaction would have been to that very fish in Orange, Texas. A much different tournament this time around. And let's have a look at some of the overs that have crossed our stage right at the Sabine River Authority, which is the host for this, the 5th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series. And it's all about the big bass here on legendary Lake Fork.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Championship Sunday, the second of 2 stops here in the great state of Texas. Let's jump into some Striker Daily Trivia. Who made the greatest improvement from Lake Fork events between 2019 and 2020? A, Brock Mosley, B, Rick Clunn, C, Brad Watley, and D, Ed Loughran. Ronnie, where are you going?
This one's tricky. I think I'm going to go Ed Loughran, just because I know he made the final day here last year.
Well, that's where my gut sent me, but I'm not going to follow you, obviously, just because that wouldn't make this segment very fun. I think you're right, but I'm going to go A, Brock Mosley. It's totally wrong.
He made the top 10, too. He might be right. He made the top 10, too. And reveal. Oh, man. Look at that.
He jumped from 72nd to 8th.
Suits joining us. Suits joining us in here.
I'm hanging around watching things boil.
Well, Suits has got stuff to say. He likes to say it. Speaking of things to say, Lee Livesey has got something to say. 108 pounds, 8 ounces. You don't need to say anything when you do your talking on the scales. And the question is, can one of these other anglers below 1 and 2, can they crack the Century Club? And as weird as it sounds, Ronnie, as spectacular as today has been, kind of feels like if we don't get another one in the Century Club, it's the wheels have kind of fallen off. But they did not fall off for this guy. Watching it this morning, Ronnie, I mean, live, I was jumping up and down watching it, but being able to be part of it must have been incredible.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby.
To see what he did this morning. Yesterday had a great morning on top water and a big swim bait. But he was catching 4s and 5s, and all the 8s and 9s were schooling in the background. To get those in the boat today, incredible.
It's exactly what you want to see on Championship Sunday. You want to see a guy that is fishing, a guy that is not trying to hold on to a tournament, a guy that knows that we are in the land of the giants. The most overused statement out there is everything's bigger in Texas, but it truly is. When you come to Lake Fork, man, you better deliver. And what Patrick Walters, this is just helping it stand out just how rare what Patrick Walters did last year. You never, almost never win on Lake Fork by playing small ball. It is the home of the home run derby of professional bass fishing. And man, a home run derby it has been. Speaking of back, let's go to Lee Livesey. I mean, he's got to get 40, right, Ronnie?
It's the only thing we're rooting for now.
Find it. Oh my gosh. Find it. Find it. Find it. Oh, my bait's messed up. No. Oh my gosh, that was almost perfect. I don't think it was a 7-pounder though.
What you're witnessing right now are the trials and tribulations of a man with a 38-pound limit.
Wrapped it up again. Sure did.
You guys have talked about it a lot, but man, what we're seeing so rare, especially because how these giants are being caught. I mean, it reminds me of the time we freaked out about that incredible topwater eat at Winyah Bay from Stetson Blaylock. All of a sudden, all of those eats seem so different. It's like, you ever seen the documentary where the sharks start eating the baby seals? That's what we are seeing.
That was almost perfect. When he started blowing up, I was coming right through his kitchen. Look at him blowing up over there. Oh my gosh.
Obviously, 2 top 10s for Livesey in a row here, both in Texas. And I think also what we're seeing is just how much a victory changes the way you think on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Since Lee won that event, man, he has changed the way he fishes. Stay in the boat.
It's crazy how good his rookie season was, 2019.
Come on, eat it. 5-6 pounder.
That one of his letdowns was here at Lake Fork. And then last year, figured he would keep up the pace. A tough, tough season, and he ends it with a win. Our back-to-back winners, Chickamauga and Fork, are fighting it out here on Lake Fork once again.
That's true. Told me he doesn't like to, play. He likes to play events where he lets it all out there. Even the Sabine, though it was a lower weight event, he likes the kind of event where he can go something to the wall. He used a different analogy when he told me, but I'm sure you can imagine.
He definitely puts it all out there. Long runs, crazy tactics sometimes that people, the do or die tactics.
The all-time record still within reach. Another century belt potential for Chris Zaldain. And really, it just leaves me thinking one thing. And I mean, I'm going to take it from Chris Mitchell at B.A.S.S. I mean, he asked the question this morning, and can we get a bottle opener installed on the Century belt? Because Lee Livesey is going to use it here today. Your tournament leader at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork. Stay tuned. More to come.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Championship Sunday here at Lake Fork. We've got a couple of hours fishing time left for these anglers here, but Lee Livesey, boy, he has stepped out and stepped it up big time. Always lurking in the shadows on everyone's mind, and he made it come to life today. Early on, catching the Giants and Patrick Walters, plenty game. A total gamer going after him hard, Z, but boy, Lee has just turned it on.
Yeah, you kind of feel sorry for Patrick Walters. Unbelievable performance this week. But man, Lee Livesey, and the other thing, really watching him today and throughout the week, if you kind of watched Livesey, actually watching Quentin Capo right here, a couple big fish for Capo late yesterday off of that seawall. Oh boy.
That's bigger than 4, I think. Come on. Stay on, please stay on. Be a big one. Come on. Just give up. Oh, no. Come on. Don't do anything dumb, Lee. Oh my gosh, what a bass. Another big one. Another big one. Stay on, please.
5'11", and he breaks
Stay
40
on, please. No, 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 no. It's like crossways in her mouth, like a candy bar. This is another flip-flop off. Come on, stay on, big girl. Stay on. Stay on. No, that's not the angle I need. That's not the angle I need. Stay on. What a bass. What a big old bass. What a big old Lake Fork bass. Come on. Come on over here to me. Come on over here to me, you big girl. Yes! 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 I feel like spitting like Iaconelli for some reason. What a bass. What a Lake Fork beast eating a topwater middle of the day. Oh my gosh. Thank you for watching out there. Bass Live Nation, Fox Sports, all my sponsors, Lake Fork, come on. I don't think I can even get her off. To where? Oh my gosh. I need to get that one off first. Then I can get this one off. Fishing in a foot of water. Ready, Holly? What a bass. What a bass. What a bass. Oh my gosh. No problem.
5'11", breaks 40 pounds for him. Incredible.
Ain't gonna chance it.
This is 0.
All right.
7 pounds, 714.
714. 714, baby. Now we're working on a bag, boys and girls. What a beautiful Lake Fork bass. 714. You want a picture?
Yeah,
so proud of you, brother.
What a bass. What a beautiful bass.
Thank you.
What a beautiful. Got a bag now. They're going to have to really catch them to catch me.
42.3, I believe that'll be 42 pounds, 3 ounces.
What a day. What a freaking day, dude.
That's third all time.
Oh my gosh.
Third all time.
Jakku?
On a pressured lake with a topwater bait
I said Jakku?
on the final day of the tournament.
Yes, final day.
Haven't had a 40-pound bag since 2008.
Wow.
I need a total on that as soon as you get it.
Ronnie, I know you have a picture of that topwater bait. I'm sure the screen-owned knowledge wouldn't be scared to see that before the end of the show.
We got a bag now, baby.
He said he knows where 40 lives. He proved it.
42.3.
42.3.
Now here, if you really put this into perspective, if you look at a lot of the giant stringers in the history of the Bassmasters, a lot of sight fishing, some swim bait events, Falcon before Falcon was fished by anybody.
Full of water. You can see the bottom right there where she ate it.
But to
Hadn't caught
do
one there all
that
day.
here,
That's that group we were talking about yesterday. I had never caught one out of that group.
after a lake has been throttled all week long. Wow.
42.3, I think.
Boy, Bassmaster Marshall Holly Keene has seen a show today.
8, 7, 9.
So really, rewinding to this morning, started early, and Tommy, we got to see the potential of that little island in Little Caney Creek yesterday where Livesey was catching a lot of 4 to 5 pounders, but there was big ones blasting on the backside of a lot of the fish that he had hooked yesterday, repositioning on that bar. And the other thing, gang, if you really watch Lee closely throughout this event, and every time we've covered him on Lake Fork, really, really long casts. He does not make casts near the boat. These fish are weary, they're conditioned.
Come on over here to me. Come on over here to me, you big girl. Yeah!
A topwater performance that has never, ever been seen on the Bassmaster Elite Series or the Bassmaster, period.
Absolutely.
Hooked up again.
And he's hooked up again. Yeah, he's got another couple of hours to fish to kind of put the
crunch the number
finishing touches on this limit here.
I need a 7 pounds, 6 ounces. So. I'll definitely smell him, though. Little chunker.
Z, he would need a 10-6.
But no, everything has just went perfect today for the first time all week. And I don't have one yet. Anybody can catch a giant bag, just like I did. All of them can in the last minute, but it's just one of those days, you know. Everything happened right today so far. I need another big, and I need a 10-pounder now, you know. So I just want to thank everybody for watching, everybody for being here, and all of my sponsors. I can't thank y'all enough, top to bottom. Y'all are why I'm here. Let's put on a little bit more of a show.
Made the comment yesterday on the weigh-in stage. He was really disappointed that he had not caught a bass this week over 7 pounds, a lot of 4 to 5 pounders, and said it's almost statistically impossible to fish Lake Fork for 4 days and not catch a 7-pounder, especially in the areas that he's fishing. He does not have one in his 5 bass limit under 7 pounds.
I ain't got any choice right now. He's been pretty good. I can't complain.
His biggest fish before today, on day 1 and 3, were 6 pound, 7 ounce fish.
There's a swim jig fish.
I'm starting to love you more and more and more.
Well, he smoked that. Yeah. Boy, he wasn't coming off.
He was not coming up either.
Golly. Man, is he hooked?
That's 6 plus
Nah, he's 5. Well, can we weigh him with the jig in his mouth? There we go.
Scale is ready. $4.10. Way bigger than that.
Let's get back to Lee Livesey.
Or just lock it off on him. We'll just keep him in every box for now on, the rest of the day.
Looking at the Phoenix Boats Big Bass leaderboard, we got Patrick Walters with 9.5. Lee Livesey's the next 5. 9.2, 8.15, 8.14, 7.14, 7.6.
Yeah, I'm not going to sleep for a week. If I win.
And boy, you can rewind the second day of this tournament, Tommy.
42 pound bag on a topwater. I mean, come on.
We all said in this tournament, if you let that guy creep around
some of the most amazing
into Sunday
I've ever seen,
to where he could roll the dice and gamble and not play it safe, kind of like you do a little bit on days 1 and 2.
Sure.
I think so. I honestly don't know what to do now. That's weird. Like, where do I need a 7-7 at? Here, you know, or where I just got that other one. I guess I'll go run that island on the east side. I catch 7 pluses there all the time. I ain't caught one all week there. I know. I wish it was freaking 256.
Did you notice how Chad Morgan said they
Never
called 410
like
and
this.
we didn't say like anything?
Never. Never goes right. Except Chickamauga 101. It all went right there. Like Polnick said, you can't stop it when it happens. And you'll never know it's going to. Come on, I guess I need to say 8-pounder now. Come on, 8-pounder. I'll take a 10. I hadn't caught a 10 all week. I'll take a 10.
Think about this, the biggest bag of the event was 33.3, Tommy. He's almost put 10 pounds on top of that on the final day.
It's just all gotten out of hand here, righty. Yeah, we didn't say anything about a 410. We're all going to have to take some therapy to get reused to what an actual...
Neely Henry's got
by
a
that I mean
storm
just
coming.
go fishing. To see what regular size fish look like again. Lee Livesey on top, 112. Chris Zaldain still trying to do something. Patrick Walters, there's time left. But boy, it's looking really like Lee Livesey.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Just a phenomenal day. I mean, what we have seen could fill a book just about a single day. Championship Sunday on fantastic Lake Fork. There's Lee Livesey with 42 pounds and 3 ounces in his live well. Of course, we're playing on a 27,000-acre field here, so not everybody, the other anglers don't know exactly what's going on. Maybe Patrick Walters, who's in a close proximity, has a good idea, but Brandon Card, our leader to start this day, he's got 93 pounds, 10 ounces to his knowledge, and that's the limit of what he knows about the scores right now.
Pretty much said at the end of Bassmaster Live yesterday, if you got to hang with us, it felt like one of those tournaments, whoever caught the biggest stringer on Championship Sunday was going to win this tournament. 2 big bags today, one Patrick Walters and unspeakable 5 bass limit from Lee Livesey. And I guarantee you Brandon Card probably thinks if he sniffs 20 to 22 pounds that he still has a shot.
Which he could easily accomplish that in the next hour and a half because he's got that much time.
Holy cow.
Hold on.
Oh, barely hooked. Barely hooked. Oh my gosh, please, girl. Please, girl. Please, girl. Just barely hooked. Oh gosh, hooked in the side. Yes! Woo! Woo! Dang, I've been fishing for this fish all day. Woo! Yes!
Ready.
It ain't over yet, folks. It ain't over.
5'11", 5'11".
5'11". Woo! Oh man, I love it, baby. Give me some skin, brother. Oh, I am so thankful that that fish stayed hooked up. Oh my gosh.
Going to be a 3 3/4 pound upgrade for Brandon Card soon.
Yeah. And it's going to bring him within just under 20 pounds of the lead.
Okay.
Zay, do you think Card, we had a blog that Card could hear the roars from Lee Livesey's gallery, kind of like Tiger Woods at the Masters or something making the charge.
Okay.
And Walters was close too.
Get out there. Capo.
Oh, that was great. The fish was right under it. Oh, great work from all the Bassmaster cameramen this week.
Yeah, they've had a lot to cover today.
Jake Latondras right there with a phenomenal shot.
Come on.
I mean, not only, hold on.
4 pounds, 3 ounces. 4.3. Dude, what a cluster. But I got, what a cluster. Look, I got my crankbait line.
Back over to Brandon Card. It's going to be interesting to see the reaction of all 9 anglers when they take a look
there he is.
at the weights when they get back to our weigh-in in 90 minutes.
He started 7 pounds ahead of Livesey, so he only needs 35 pounds.
Got it.
Okay.
I don't know if he'll help or not. He's not that big. Oh my gosh, these hooks and me.
We're ready. £2 pounds, 5 ounces. He'll bump you up 5. 2 pounds,
2.5.
5 ounces.
Oh, come on. For whatever reason, they've pushed up shallower. Or I shouldn't say shallower, just further back. It's the same depth, it's just further off of the sweet spot. Come on, fish.
Credit Card's two best tournaments this season. The tough tournament on the Tennessee River at Fort Loudon. Tellico did very well there, and here.
Man, that was cool.
Very different tournament.
He was pretty close to the winning area at the Sabine.
Yeah.
A couple of weeks ago. Very close to it. Oh, boy.
Back to Lee Livesey, and didn't abandon this little place just yet.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you one thing: if you're going to Lake Fork in the next week or two or three, just watch oh boy, watch how long his casts are.
He is not a 7-7. Come on.
Tommy, can I do a fun fact real quick?
Something curious and kooky.
Y'all ain't gonna cheer for the little ones
The
too?
winning weight at the Sabine was 43, correct? 43.15.
Gotta keep them round.
Livesey has 5 bass that weigh 42.3.
Today. That is a fun fact.
I had it dug in a little bit where I hooked him.
Lee had 36.13 at the Sabine for 4 days.
That one blew up on it.
But it's all relative.
It's all it's all contextual. You just watch that bait.
Golly, look at him out there.
What size we got to have running to break the?
I feel like I can scoot up a little bit right here.
A 10-3.
I hadn't seen any busting right in front of the boat, you know what I mean?
$10.3 to break the all-time single-day record.
And anywhere else you would kind of laugh at that.
Old fence post.
Like, roll your eyes like, but if you look at his day.
Why not?
Why not?
There were some big ones in this group too. I could see them. Obviously, I got an 8-pounder out of it. That's about as far as I need to push it.
If you've been following us, you know that we've been catch, weigh, and release at the boat there. Kind of a good situation for today. We'd be in a space crunch in the live wells for Lee Livesey today. If he had to tote that bunch around.
This is one of those tournaments, Tommy, you kind of wish it was the old days where you hang around after the weigh-in and enjoy the festivities this evening around.
Oh boy,
East
this
Fork.
would be the one to be at. Oh my word.
T-I-M-E, boy.
Yeah, I'll just head home tomorrow if that's all right with everybody.
Come on, boy. Yeah, we'll slip out early in the morning.
Yeah, we'll get up good and early. Get some miles under us.
$42.3. $42.3.
I would never stop saying that if I was Lee Livesey.
Wow.
No.
No, just all the way through the rest of the day. 42 pounds, 3 ounces, single day, final day championship Sunday. This Bassmaster Elite event. Striker Daily Trivia for you, some more. How many points out of the lead was Clark Wendlandt in the AOY race heading into the 2020 finale? Right here, last November at Lake Fork. Was he 11, 14, 16, or 21 points back of the lead at that point? Our eventual champion.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
About an hour and a quarter's fishing time, practically, left for the 10 anglers who have made it to today. We're going to look on our Striker Daily Trivia now. The question we posed before we went to break was how many points out of the lead in last year's AOY race was Clark Wendlandt, the eventual winner, heading into last event of the year in November here at Lake Fork? Was he 11, 14, 16, or 21? Z?
B or C, dart throw, ballpark, best guess C, 16, but yeah, C.
I might go with B. Just go with B for that.
Cool.
Yeah. El Such just answered it for me there.
Mullins had the lead with 6:23. Austin Felix was second, 6:18.
That was a dart throw.
Wendlandt had that dramatic final day. Couldn't fall any further than 31st.
I remember that.
Nail biting.
You know, the other thing with Livesey today, there's a lot of reasons for why he's going to win this tournament. You talk about local knowledge, being a guide here, and it's a special deal to win on your home lake. But the other side of this victory, or potential victory, you look at this lake 50 days ago.
It made me think of like, wow, what have we done in the
predominant areas that were frozen, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at the fish that he has caught today, the vast majority of them are loaded, gutted pre-spawners. Where I know in a full circle, it's almost like, and you would not have thought it talking to Livesey on Wednesday, where he said, man, this tournament is not playing into my hands the way these fish are acting. And it really played into his hands perfectly, with weather a month ago to weather 3 days ago. That little front Tuesday and Wednesday absolutely helped him.
Yeah, it opened the window for him for sure.
Come on.
Yes.
We don't have it on video. Seth Feider just filled his limit with a 6.2. He's up to 20 pounds, 15 ounces, sixth place.
4 limits over 20 pounds for Seth.
That's another great tournament, man. He just keeps stamping them out. About half our field over 20 today. We got 2 over 30. Of course, we talked at the start of this day here, Mark Zona, about the 30-pound bag being the magic here. We were wrong.
We were off.
We missed it. We missed it completely.
And we also said, as we always do, that this one's going to go down to the last hour of fishing.
We were wrong.
We were wrong. We were off. Such, where did you put this as far as biggest bags of the history of the Bassmasters?
Single day bags, number 3.
All time.
Number 3.
All time. We had, the 45.
45-2.
45-2 and 44. 4. That was at Falcon in 08. Tops a 42 even at Falcon in 2008 as well.
Wow.
So it's third.
Huh. Livesey has 10 bass today for 61.9.
It's good average.
Remember why I didn't fish?
If my math doesn't fail me, Suits, that's over a 6-pound average. Yeah.
Hold it. Let me. I'm writing it down. Hang on. My calculator.
Yeah, check it for me. Check that math.
Your weight today is sitting at 3rd place, all-time record.
No kidding. Wow.
How you feel about that?
It makes me want to catch a bigger one. I don't like being in 3rd. But that is awesome. I thought about it a minute ago. I was trying to think of what Rojas's record was. 45 maybe.
3rd all-time.
I mean, it won't sink in for a really long time. I don't even want to think about it right now, put it that way. That's just crazy to me. Crazy. The good part is we might move up. We're around some giants. They just came up right there, see? He just pushed a shad. I'm not gonna get in too big of a hurry. I'm about to throw my jerkbait in there.
It's hilarious listening to Livesey on Wednesday evening say, man, he goes, you know, you all really talk about how bad I sucked the first time that we covered him here, where he had 22 pounds and then a really bad second day, horrible second day. And I said, no, Lee, you're the one that told us how bad you sucked. He's like, that's a good point. I really did.
Told you I did a story after that. There was a big storm that knocked trees into his roof and put a
Scrolling
hole in
over
it.
there now.
He said stinking on Lake Fork was worse than all that damage.
They're always little on that side for some reason. I can't throw the jerkbait. Just can't do it. I caught him on it the first 2 days on the shad spawn on some different type points. I caught 2 5s on it the first day. 2 5s.
Back over to Austin Felix.
Well, ain't that one big one I was looking for, but he's number 5. Oh Lord, don't you do that. Chill out. Calm yourself.
Hold on, wait, hold on.
Zero.
Get the scale ready.
0. 112.
112. That ain't the one I saw earlier, that's for sure. He's still in there somewhere.
Cut into his 36-pound, 13-ounce deficit with that fish. It's number 5.
A little bit of help there.
Making way.
Wow. Yeah.
Feel like I'm big enough to eat that one. 3rd biggest bag in B.A.S.S history. I know Rojas had like 45, and I want to say Scroggins had 44 maybe. I don't remember. I thought there was a bunch of 40s at Falcon.
You topped him.
All right, we'll make one more cast, and then we'll go to that other point on the other side. Look at
you know, we make our usual phone calls after the weigh-in. Yesterday was probably about 6 or 7 o'clock, and I called Lee. Man, it was very short. He said, we're just going to go for it tomorrow. Just try to catch a mega bag, and I think I know exactly where to do it. In fact, I saw him, and that was the extent of the phone call.
And 100% right on.
Backed it up.
Yeah. It was just so funny to watch him reel in 5-pounders, but not taking his eye off that little scene you see up there. The bigger ones in the background busting up.
Yeah, and you know, the other thing is really watching how he, just not today, if you rewind back to the Sabine when he made the run of the Trinity, you hear the kind of the B.S. cliche, you know, we're going to swing for the fence on the final day and all that, blah, 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 blah. This dude does that.
Yeah.
I mean, he really puts it out on a championship Sunday.
Well, you heard after he won at Chickamauga, he says, I want another one of these. Do guys figure out how to go for the win, Z?
I just think that I think that's his demeanor, period. I think if he's in a Tuesday night tournament, he's doing the exact same thing.
Every tick of the clock is Lee Livesey getting closer to Elite Championship Trophy number 2. He's already got a Century Belt on order, one for Patrick Walters as well. Congratulations, Patrick. We have got a little bit more than an hour's fishing time left for our 10 left out there today. Nobody's giving up, no quitting any of these guys right here. They've worked too hard to get here, and they're catching them today. So we'll see what Lee can do. There may be some more potential out there, believe it or not, for this man who has 42 plus in his bag.
The Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkeley.
Lee Livesey making his way here. History of professional bass fishing at this level. It's always been kind of an unwritten rule. Very, very hard to win on your home waters. And who knows why that is. Maybe you got too much information, too much data to process. But boy, Lee Livesey has given us a big time exception to that unwritten rule on this day.
Today has absolutely been one of the best performances. The only thing you could say is it was a show with Lee Livesey, and doing it on such a pressured body of water on the final day of a tournament. I don't even know what to say that we got to witness today, because it was special in a very big way.
This is a big-time fishing community. I mean, this is a hardcore fishing community, and so many of them are out there today. Woo. To follow a guy that they've known probably for years. Most of the folks in those boats you just saw there.
Make you cry. Look at the mama. Louie's mom out of here.
Lee on his way in, still fishing Quentin Capo.
Lee will always love his Lake Chickamauga victory. But this one, it's a feeling you cannot equal unless you do it on your home lake the way he did it today, 42 pounds.
Right there.
Capo needs a 5-4 to get in the club.
Stay down. Stay down. It's not that big, it's just, you gotta come in. Look where I got him. Swiped at it.
Scales are perfect. 2 pounds, 13 ounces.
Number 5. I love that. You like Bill Dance? Number 5. I'm a crier. I'll cry real quick.
Yeah, I would too.
I'm a crier.
Even Jordan has to have a rest.
I'll say this, Z, Tommy, Such. 42.3 might be the 3rd biggest bag in Bassmaster history, but it is the biggest bag on camera we've ever seen. That's an important thing. We've never seen the other giant bags on camera. So incredible.
That's a good point.
I think the coach is knowing what he's talking about.
Good shot there. Just look bent or something. The scale's ready. 115.
You need to call out a 113, I think.
I think you already got rid of that.
Oh, did I?
There he is. Not a 7.7. Is it bad? That's right. Oh man, that's awesome. What a good group of people. Oh my gosh, I had it. Let's get my pliers to get it out.
He doesn't come across as a crier to me, Tommy.
Skinny one. I ate the swimmer.
I don't know. He really doesn't. He really doesn't. You are a crier. I don't see that with Livesey.
Guys cry because they're unprepared for the situation. Women cry because they have a deeper emotional depth. Guys cry because they're unprepared. He may be prepared for this.
What a week on Lake Fork, man. Every time we come to this place, you walk away and you're like, as you would say, Tommy Sanders, what just happened? And I cannot put into perspective or words what we got to see here today. Absolutely one of the most incredible days that I've called with you guys.
These folks, especially Lee Livesey, took us to a place that we have never been before, too, here on Bassmaster Live, and what a trip it was to be able to see each and every one of these incredible catches today. Thank you so much for being along with us, especially those who are with us this morning. We will see you at the weigh-in.